TBD. Complete. Green means what?
Green means it's been completed and it shows the completion page there.
And then the other is
Dog, I have to shower.
maybe more, maybe not. Full stack.
My butthole
The D stack and there's
is raw.
33 engine.
It's like an upside down volcano. I gotta take it. I gotta take a shower.
Completed that actually. They're going to be destacking the second stage from the first stage. Kind of get the ship safe while they test because they don't want to. 33 engines is pretty high risk. If they do blow up the rocket, when they test it for the first time, it's not going to be fully fueled. I don't think at least, but there is a limit to how they do have to have it weighed down enough that the launch clamps can hold onto it. Because if you think about it, like normally the launch clamps are holding onto an entire rocket weighing 5 million kilograms. 5 million, it's weighing an insane amount. So those clamps don't actually have to hold 75 meganewtons of thrust. They really only have to hold on 25 meganewtons of thrust. You know what I mean? They're not designed to hold down all 75. They do have to have enough weight on the rocket. So even when we do the testing of the 33 engines, they'll have to have enough propellant in it that they don't exceed the clamping and holding force on the stand. Otherwise, it'll break free from the launch stand and that booster will go flying off on control.
It's a difficult thing to figure out in the test how many simultaneous things you test. Right.
So they're kind of mitigating risk, which is why they're destacking. They don't want to have all of the ship could be on top of it to help weigh it down and simulate the launch environment better. At some point, that's a risk they're just going to take when they
kids. I wouldn't do this if it weren't scientific. See this? Like where the panty liner of a woman goes.
If the 33 engine test goes well,
we call that bitch the Michael James. Why? Well, on a woman. Why? Because I could eat that shit. Huh? Doesn't make sense. Doesn't need to make sense. It's provocative. Gets the people going.
In the system.
But anyway, well, it's just a weird smell. It's like an upside down volcano. Have I talked to you about a bag of chili recently? Well, imagine very runny chili.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of fascinating bureaucracy and politics and legal stuff and all that kind of beautiful, magical thing when you live in reality. Because it is a big rocket.
Yeah. Well, and the biggest thing is not so much the FAA doesn't necessarily care about the success of the rocket. They really just care about the safety of public and public property. So it's a matter of being convinced and having the data to prove, okay, if this thing blows up, we have control of how and when it blows up. We have control of X, Y, and Z. Here's the potential damage. Here's the blast radius. This again is over twice as powerful and twice as much potential. Actually, it's a lot more potential for an explosive energy if it were to happen to. Well, let me walk back a little bit because in order to have a real detonation, you have that perfect mixture ratio of your fuel and oxidizer. When a rocket blows up, typically it kind of unzips and some of the fuel mixed into some of the oxidizer, you could have some explosive energy. But a lot of it's actually just a deflagration. It's just flames and there would be explosive energy, but it's not like you're lighting all of it simultaneously. It's this giant bomb. It's just really not. So that's good, but at the same time, even in those circumstances, the amount of energy is still absurd enough to likely blow out windows, for miles and miles and miles, including my studio space.
Well, if the cameras hold up, it will be one heck of a show. Hopefully, of course, would not happen. So, how does that take us to an orbital launch? When do you think that would happen?
In my opinion, this is a very fluid, and this will change literally by the hour.
Do you really think that it's very difficult to really say, like, even for something that could very well happen this year, even just a few months away, you making a prediction? By the way, are you like superstitious on this kind of stuff a little bit? Like, you're worried about jinxing it and that kind of stuff? Because I would imagine you would be like waiting for all of these launches that keep getting delayed, or you start thinking that there's certain things you do to control the weather.
Socks. I'm wearing these socks just scrubbed again.
You're lucky. You have to wear the same lucky socks, otherwise it's going to be bad weather. Yeah.
So the reason that I say this and why it's so difficult is they did a first full stack test in July of 2021, and the expectation was we're a month or two away from a launch. So, like, realistically, for 18 months, I've been in a purgatory thinking that we're a month or two away from a launch. Now, I did say, for the record, when that thing stacked and when a lot of speculation was saying, a month or two, I was saying, I don't expect it to fly. And I've been just saying, I just saw the amount of work that still needed to be done. The ground systems, the tanks, the launch mount, all the stuff. There's still a lot of stuff. They got to validate it. They got to test everything, every component. And, people were like, how dare you say that? Even Glenn Shotwell, the president of SpaceX, is saying Q3 of 2020. I'm like, okay, but I'm not going to be surprised if it slips into 2022. And here we are at the beginning of 2023. And I think we're finally within 2 months. I'm expecting, I'm trying to keep my March and April as free as I can. We'll put it that way.
I love it. Actually, just a small tangent on Glenn Shotwell. What do you, from everything I know, she's an instrumental, a really crucial person to the success of SpaceX in running the show. She's the president, COO. What do you know about her that sort of the genius of Gwen Shotwell?
Man, my understanding is she's really, she's the glue to the tornado. Tornado comes in, and then she comes around and just really executes on it, and helps. A famous story is that at some point Elon walked in, or she sprinted into a meeting because Elon was actively trying to keep Falcon Heavy, saying it's too far, it's too much development, it's still too far away. And this was this might have been end of 2017, and it flew for the first time in 2018. So we're talking it's close to the end of development. There's hardware being built, all this stuff, and Elon's literally in a meeting telling people they're going to cancel it and move on to VFR and just go full steam ahead on it. She runs into the meeting and reminds Elon, we have X amount of customers that have already purchased a ride on Falcon Heavy. We can't delay that. So it's that business sense of yes, it's great to innovate, but we also have to pay our dues and make the money to continue our operations. I think she's just a lot better at. I think she has such a great perspective on everything. It really seems like everything. She doesn't. I wish she did more interviews because I would love to hear more from her. But man, I could just
hear that, Gwen.
For both of us.
Yeah, she hasn't actually done that interviews.
Not really. No, she's done a TED talk, a couple little things here and there, but not really many interviews. And I would just love to hear what on a daily basis, what is she doing to keep her head on and keep everything so organized? My understanding is that she is absolutely integral and does just an insane amount of work in SpaceX.
Yeah, I mean, the project planning, but also how the teams integrate together and the hiring, and this is the management.
I think it's a lot of it is honestly just the business making sure the money's flowing in a positive trend, more or less. That yes, Elon's obviously a money guy, but I think Elon is so risky. He just loves to throw it all in that he leaves little margin for error. He's been really lucky with rolling his dice, especially started SpaceX and Tesla. That was the ultimate roll of the dice. But I think she's a healthy balance to be well, here's our operations, and now we can continue to do this without risking everything. And Starship's close. Let me be clear. Starship is close to risking everything already. It's just such a big, fast-moving, high-risk development program that I personally think SpaceX would probably be fine if they shut the doors on Starship and just flew Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy for the next 10 years. They'd still be commercially valid. They could not spend another dollar on research and development. Fire, I don't want them to, fire everyone involved in anything research and development and just ran operations on Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, and they would still be dominant for 10 years. And they would still have a business case, and it would still be fine. But they're all in. All chips are pretty much, as many chips as possible are in.
I mean, I don't know what else I could say. Is there's not, I've talked to a lot of great leaders. There's just not many people like Elon that would push for Starship.
When they're already ahead.
Very successful company.
Yeah.
Sort of everyone doubted that it could be a successful company. It was so close to bankruptcy and failing. And then to take it into a financially viable, successful company. And just when you do, you take on a project that again risks everything.
Well, he already did this with Falcon 1 to Falcon 9. Literally, people were like, what you doing? They basically signed over and were fully ramping up Falcon 9 by the time they finally had their first Falcon 1 success. They had one more flight. They only flew Falcon 1 successfully twice. They flew 5 times altogether. The fourth was successful. They flew one more time. And anyone else out there would have been like, let's keep flying the Falcon 1. We have a working rocket. We can start, making money and profiting. And already he was risking it all, saying, nope, we're going from Falcon 1 to Falcon 9 was a huge leap. It was I think it's at least as big as a leap from Falcon 1 to 9 as it is from Falcon 9 to Starship, or around relatively similarly. So it's just that same thing again. People are going, why are you leaping into this insane program and system and risk? We have such a, you finally have this workhorse of a rocket that's so dominant in the industry. If they're going 10x,
It so happens that you've been selected for the Dear Moon mission that will fly Starship once around the moon with 9 people on board. You are one of those people. So just pause to take the hit. Everything that we've been talking about, you will not just be, you will be a part of it. So tell me about the objective of this mission, and how does it feel to be a part of it?
Well, man, it's basically the Willy Wonka of space. Like a generous individual purchased a ride from SpaceX as early, at least as far as I know, the earliest I knew about it was February 27, 2017.
Who's the individual?
Yusaku Maezawa, but at the time, telling a story, at the time we didn't know.
Okay, great.
So February 27, 2017, a press release comes out from SpaceX saying someone purchased a ride through us around the moon. We're going to fly someone around the moon, and at the time it was on a Crew Dragon capsule. Wow, but that was enough. That little moment right there, that press release. It's the first time I'm like, I'm going to make a YouTube video about this. I stood up, turned on my camera, put on my spacesuit, and I basically yelled at the camera for 3 minutes about someone's going around the moon, Fast forward to 2018.
Oh, dog.
End of 2018, and they
Ladies.
introduced the
Boss.
SpaceX press
Hey,
conference.
do you know what jungle rod is?
Press. I'm reporting on we're going to meet this person that's going around the moon, and come to find out whom they're going to be riding. They changed from Falcon Heavy Dragon. SpaceX is going to do that. They're going to upgrade them basically to starships instead of being in like a small tin can. They're in this giant, luxurious, mega rocket around the moon. And it comes out this individual named Yusaku Maezawa, who is a Japanese billionaire, purchased this ride, and instead of inviting his friends and colleagues and whatever, whoever, family members or whatever, he decided that the most impactful thing he could do with this opportunity is invite more or less artists. The original thing was like artists, journalists, a painter, an athlete, all of photographer, videographer, all walks of life.
So when they said athlete,
they're like, I know the guy. This guy wrote Ragtime. So, and at the time, it's like, this is crazy. I can't believe this is going to happen. And, he had this vision of, we're going to find people all around the world. I'm going to invite people all around the world from different walks of life, different trades. And I'm going to share this experience so that they can share with the world and really have an impact much greater than any one country or any one individual or any set of military trained astronauts could do. Offer up a new perspective. Beautiful. At the press conference, I cried. Like I had a couple of tears.
You could just pause on that. So he goes by MZ.
MZ, yep.
How incredible is that? You often don't realize the importance of individuals in human history. Like they define, because this could be, we were talking about the importance of Elon in particular. Most of the work is done by large groups of people, our collective intelligence, we band together. But like these individuals can be the spark of the catalyst of progress. And just this idea of getting not just civilians, which is already incredible, but civilians with this an artistic flame that burns inside them. They're able to communicate. Whatever they do, are able to communicate something about that experience. And it's just a genius idea. It's quite probably a very large amount of money for that. I mean, and that will be part of history.
Yeah, and it's easy these days for people to be cynical, especially about like space flight and wealthy individuals. But really, in my opinion, and maybe just the time I was just couldn't believe this idea. I'm someone that has studied a lot about the Apollo program that have been to the moon. They're incredible individuals. They're so saturated with tasks, and they're military trained. That they didn't really have the luxury of just being able to soak in the experience of going around to the moon and seeing the moon up close to your own eyes. That just psychologically has to be insane. And so to have this opportunity to be able to observe our closest celestial neighbor with your own eyes, and your sole purpose is to soak it in and share it and communicate and create with the rest of our planet, like that to me is just beautiful.
So that is the objective of the mission.
That right there is the objective of the mission.
And how does it feel to be selected as one of the non?
It's a gradient. Slowly, it's doing a few things. Since I'm known, it's become. I think the closer it gets, the more excited and the more nervous I get. It's
The more real it becomes.
the more real it becomes. The announcement was a big. It just got announced at the end of 2022 publicly. Who's involved, and so prior to that, like I had each step of the selection process was a pretty comprehensive selection process with interviews and stuff. Each step I try not to get my hopes up. Frankly, like this, let me be clear, this was not something that like I've always wanted to do. It's not like I'm out there, I just start doing YouTube videos because I wanted to even go to space. Like none of that. And I've said hilariously, I've probably said dozens or hundreds of times on air, like, yeah, I don't ever want to go to space. Because it's not like it's not a driving force. It's not really a thing I even really truly pictured or let myself fantasize. So each step of the selection process, I didn't really let myself dream about it too much, or but it kind of chipped away. Oh my God, this is actually real. It's actually more of an opportunity, and I get equally more nervous too. Frankly, I've seen spaceflight stuff go wrong. I think about this stuff a lot. So like, yeah, I get more nervous, but I also get more excited about that opportunity. It's an opportunity that how it's going to pass. And I still have to actually stop, pause, think, and actually realize the reality that I am going to see the moon up close, flying around the moon. Sorry, some people get mad by landing on it. But flying around the moon, seeing the far side of the moon with my own eyes, and seeing the Earth rise behind me. Yeah. It's going to. I can't tell you what it's going to be like and feel like.
So epic.
But it's in my reality, like that someone was generous enough to consider the option of sharing this with frankly strangers, and the process that they had for selecting, like how much thought and time went into the selection process is incredible. They did a public call at the beginning of 2020, and so the teams involved in whittling down from 1 million applicants. There's 1 million applicants that they got it down to 8 crew members and 2 backups. And amazing people. I would have, I don't know how they wound up where they did, but it's incredible. I feel a very deep connection to everyone that's already involved.
What can you say about the crew? You've got a chance to meet them, talk about and Steve Aoki's and who else is there? So you are obviously the star athlete. Who else in terms of the artist?
So, oh man, we might just want to pull up so I don't totally butcher and forget anybody, but because so far I haven't actually had the chance to meet everyone in person. So far, a lot of this was done during the pandemic, but we've met through a couple different things. We've had a couple different times to get together, but so far I've not met Steve Aoki yet or Tops. We've been on calls and stuff. I also have not yet met Joshi, who's an actor. So yeah, we Steve Aoki, American DJ and producer, musician. Top from South Korea is also a musician and producer.
It's all across the world, so like truly global, all different kinds of work. All artists.
And Steve is Japanese. His parents are Japanese, who lived, born, and raised in the United States. Yemi is a dancer and choreographer from Czech Republic. Rhiannon is a fine art photographer from England and Ireland. I guess she lives with kind of a bit of a. She's all over the place. Technically, she's Irish, I guess. Tim Dodd, that's me, from the United States. Then you have Kareen, who is from England and also is a photographer and documentarian. Does a lot of work with oceanography and volcanoes, so he does really incredible work. Brendan Hall is a documentarian and filmmaker. Dev Joshi, Brendan is also from the United States. Dev Joshi is Indian actor. I believe he's also already been producing it. He's very young. I think he's only like 19 or 20, and he's been acting since he was like 5 years old or something. He's a Bollywood star. He is a star in India, which is really cool. Caitlin Farrington from the United States is an Olympic gold medalist in snowboard. So she, believe it or not, is the athlete, not me. And then she's one of the backup members, as so is Miyu from Japan, who's a dancer.
That's amazing. I mean, it's such an interesting. I mean, is there something else you can say about MC? About
Sakura Aizawa. So he's also a musician. So he was actually in like kind of hardcore Japanese bands in the early 90s and stuff, like 2000s. He started a record company and distribution and sales. Ended up in fashion and owns one of the biggest fashion companies in Japan. And has become a fine art collector. And just kind of wonderful person.
And he's been out to space, right?
He's already not only been to space, he's been to the International Space Station. He's been on orbit and on the ISS. So what's cool is there's talks of, frankly, to be honest, I still don't know all of the details of this. We're not yet into training. I kind of always assumed prior that there'd be some professional astronaut. When they talked about it in 2018, there's talks of professional astronaut on board. Realistically, now, MC is a trained astronaut. He has trained a lot, 6 months, plus, to be able to fly on Soyuz. So as far as it's good to know for me that I have someone on the crew that has experience with spaceflight. Has trained and has some knowledge on spaceflight as well. That is an important aspect for sure.
So you made an excellent video about flying in a fighter jet that I think you mentioned may be relevant to the training. Is there some high-level aspects to training that you anticipate that you might be able to speak to?
Yeah, so so far I think we can really lean on what has happened with the other, commercial crew missions and private missions like the Inspiration 4 mission or Axiom. Where SpaceX flew, they trained for about 6 months. A lot of manuals and learning the spacecraft.
Are you gonna do like a rocket?
I hope it's just a lot of physical training.
And they're like, we didn't tell them to do it. He's the one to film himself shirtless in the snow. Doesn't make any sense. How is this?
Why are they always doing this? Can't get him to stop punching me. So yeah, hopefully. Realistically,
that's a manual. There's a physical component to all of this, and that's fascinating. It's also inspiring to see the civilians can do this. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this is, to me, this represents this and the other commercial space, private spaceflight missions. Represent really a turning point, truly an inflection. And again, it's easy for people to be cynical that. Why are people wasting all this money doing spaceflight stuff? It's I'm sure some people were saying that same thing about, airplanes and early aviation. Or why are we? I can't believe those people are wasting the government's, funding these stupid planes and stuff. How is this ever going to benefit me? And nowadays, imagine if all the planes just stopped working. You'd freak out. It's our economy would collapse. It would suck, And it might be a long time before we get to that reality with spaceflight. Well, if spaceflight halted today, space assets, all of our on orbit assets, our life would be crippled. I don't think people realize that. So we're already reliant on it. Now we're getting the point where we're really turning that corner.
Welcome.
Average person alive today.
How are you, Erwin?
Now we're now on. I think there's a
Hope you're doing well.
By the time you pass, there's an opportunity for it.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm being honest, I still haven't lost the feeling of magic with airplane. I often catch myself thinking, like, how is this real? How is it? And like the contrast of the incredible thing, it's incredibly safe, flying through the air, taking off and landing, while everyone else just looks bored, watching, like, I don't know, some romantic comedy on their phone, Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
So it's just like the contrast to that is like, wow, we're incredible as a society, and it's like we developed some amazing technology that improves almost immeasurably our quality of life, and then we take it for granted, and now still we can reach the next thing and the next thing, and life becomes more beautiful and complex and interesting. Yeah, it's just, and the same stuff will be happening. With space travel.
So it'll become mundane and boring.
The tough thing about space travel, of course, I don't even know if it's such a giant leap over airplanes, because airplanes are already incredible. But, the tough thing with space travel is the destination, right? Is the landing on a lot of the world, whether it's docking with different transport vehicles or the space station, or it really is incredible. I think you mentioned there's artists, there's filmmakers, and so on, and you're all of those. On top of being a great athlete, I don't know. I'll just stop the running joke at this point. But have you thought about just in general, like we've offline talked about microphones and like all the different ways to film space launch, rocket launches. Have you thought about the different options, like how to capture this? Have the team have been like brainstorming and thinking about this? Do you anticipate it being super challenging? There's so many opportunities to think of how to do this.
So one of the fun things to remember is that Starship is huge. Like its internal volume is the pressurized volume on Starship is bigger than a 7-foot pressurized volume, and it can take 100 metric tons anywhere with enough refuel. 100. So we have, in theory, very little mass and volume constraints. Unlike all other space missions ever, you're counting grams down to and just really can't risk. But you have very defined. We're going to likely have the luxury of being able to film and capture this in a way that's just never done. We won't be inhibited by mass and volume constraints like prior.
Really?
So, all that said and done, I'm hoping that we'll be able to just arm ourselves to the teeth with the absolute best cameras and equipment possible. Backups on backups. And pre-wire, the pre-rig thing. Starship is going to be a transportation system, and it has, it's being built from the ground up. There's no reason why they can't put infrastructure in for cameras that are just housed in the vehicle. These are talks that I'm excited to have. I really, ideally, one of the things I'd love to do, I'm going to be pushing really hard to actually try live streaming from inside during the launch.
During the launch, live stream inside. That would be great.
Wouldn't that be?
That's possible to pull off. That's really, really incredible. Now, there is the magic of a live stream because, like, that's real. That's right there. The world would tune in. That would be.
To me, that's one of those things. A lot of people ask why they aren't doing it. Of course, NASA and other individuals have their reasons why not. There's obviously some technical hurdles, but now with Starlink and other capabilities, there's less hurdles. There's obviously some transparency reasons why, safety reasons why it might not be a great idea to live stream a risky rocket launch. The Challenger, I think, put a pretty bad taste in our mouth as far as publicizing an event and having every student in the United States tune in to, a tragedy. But that's something I'm pushing for really hard, just because I think it can be magical. I think it can really connect with people in a way that hasn't been done before.
Speaking of Challenger, have you thought about the fact that you're riding a thing, as we've been talking about, that's a giant, explosive, powerful rocket? Have you thought about the risk of that, nature of that? Have you contemplated your own mortality?
How could I not? I've seen and felt 4 of these prototype vehicles pull up, with my own eyes. I don't know if there's anyone else. Early days, some of the Mercury and Gemini astronauts watched failures of rockets and then got on them. I don't know too many people that are dumb enough to do that though, this day and age. It's obviously, I will have to see a lot of successful launches and have to have a lot of confidence in the engineering, the data, that they've developed a safe system. Because currently, the current iteration of Starship has no report system, has no escape tower. So, Dragon capsule, which is currently flying people, has a launch abort system, has Super Draco engines that either by the push of a button or by the automatic triggering of the flight computer can shoot the capsule off the rocket in milliseconds and pull it safely away, get it far enough away that it can pull the parachutes and safely splash down. Starship, by all iterations I've ever seen, does not have that. The space shuttle also does not have that, so it's not absurd to not have an abort system. Like there is, certain engineering principles that prove that can be a completely valid thing. Space shuttle flew 133 times fully successfully. It did have 2 failures, resulting in a loss of 14 lives. 98.5% success rate. There's other probably things that are a lot riskier. I race motorcycles, drag race motorcycles, ridden like an absolute jerk on the streets on a motorcycle. I'm sure I've had a higher than 98.5% survival rate, or lower than that. So it's yes, it's risky, it's scary, and I think about it a lot. It definitely is one of those things that I will have to see, and I'm in no hurry for this to happen. Personally, I'm in no hurry because it's like I would rather see this thing be developed and iterated and see 10, I was going to say 10 dozen, but I'd be happy with a dozen fully successful, like, got this thing totally nailed down, before I get on it. And that likely is the reality. There will likely be a dozen or 2 or 3 launches, because just even to get to the moon on Starship, they have to refuel it in orbit. So it will get to Earth orbit basically empty out of people. So I'll have to dock with a fuel depot, fill up, and go to the moon. So just to even get that full, we're already talking about handful of launches. So there will be a lot of launches before we fly.
Would they do a test flight without humans on board to take the moon?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we'll do that exact flight profile, but by then they will have already flown. Most likely, the Artemis 3 program will have flown a Starship variant to the moon that lands on the moon. So at that point, you're pretty much. I would like them to test the heat shield at entry velocity, because it is, it takes another. It's about 30% faster to get, like, if you go 30% faster for it to get out to a train fuel injection. And although that only sounds like 30% faster, it's the re-entry heating experienced by a vehicle goes up by velocity cubed, not squared. So not linear. So it's not like if you go twice as fast you see twice as much. 30% faster, 30% heat. It's not squared. It's not go twice as fast to get 4 times as much. It's go twice as fast to get 8 times as much heat. So 30% faster on re-entry is actually a really, really big deal. So I would love to see that be tested. There's certain things that I would love to see, milestones that I would love to see tested out and proven before I get on board. But at the end of the day, I really do believe that just like Falcon 9 and success with that they're going to push it and get all the kinks out well before anyone's on top of it. Nowadays, Falcon 9 and Dragon is, arguably one of the safest, most reliable, and best rides you can take to space.
Are you afraid of dying?
Yeah,
Is this one of the first times you get to you're young? Yeah. Have you gotten a chance to think about death as one of the first times you've really contemplated it?
I mean, yeah. I mean, like I said, I've had dumb moments on motorcycles where I kind of saw, like I'm going to smash this thing at 120 miles.
So you've had moments when you realize, okay, it's just like this,
where you literally, and I have, for most of my adult life, had dreams of falling and hitting the ground, and it's just all, you get a ring in your ears, all goes black, and my head goes off.
Have you seen a therapist? I wonder what it means.
So
I'm sure there's a Freudian interpretation somewhere in there. And I'm going to also apply to my team. No, the joke, the running joke continues. Okay, so I mean, it's fascinating in general, as I hope we'll talk about in the early days of spaceflight. That there is the task of reaching out to the stars is fundamentally a risky one. You have to take risks, and of course, there's really rigorous safety precautions.
Well, and I think like most people, for me, the idea of dying isn't so much about myself; it's about those affected by it. My loved ones, my family, my girlfriend, my friends. Obviously, I don't want to have this be a traumatic experience for anybody. It's already gonna be hard. Like it's already, I know my mom gets my parents and family and friends are very supportive. And my parents are, all about it, of course. But my mom is also very emotional too. So, she's my speaking of athletes. My brother-in-law has actually been on American Ninja Warrior 2 seasons. Phenomenal athlete, and even just when he competes, my mom gets so emotional, like she can't even hold it together seeing that. What's it going to be like when she sees her son get on top of a skyscraper and ascend on a column of flames into the heavens? Like that's going to be very difficult. And I've taken them out. They've seen Starbase, and they've seen Starship. They've seen a couple of launches.
It's supposed to make them feel better. Exposure therapy. Okay. Have you had that conversation with them about this? Like before agree to join? I mean, was that what? Or is it one of those things like you don't have that conversation? I suppose it's understood. There's a love, there's a passion here,
and realistically, I'm going to be convinced and statistically convinced that this is relatively safe. Like again in the 99% safe. Again, there's things that people do every day that are less safe than this.
Like you riding a motorcycle.
Again, yeah, riding a motorcycle, doing wheelies at over 100 mile an hour. Not
you did wheelies over 100. What?
I'm not a smart guy, okay? Formation flying the fighter jet is likely a more dangerous thing than what I'll be doing in spaceflight.
So, as surreal as it is, we're talking about you flying around the moon. Let's rewind and talk about the origin story. What's the origin story of Everyday Astronaut?
I used to be a professional photographer, so from 2008 to the end of 2016, that was my income. It was photography full time.
Like you were an Instagram model and did like pictures
Wow,
of yourself
Colin, you've
Instagram,
been through a lot.
fitness model, obviously.
I did a lot of weddings, 150 weddings.
That I am here to listen to you.
Just subjects, all
Whenever you
kinds,
need a friend,
did portrait also.
A lot of portrait work, and then just random like commercial things like food and beverages for businesses, or like wheelchair ramp company that shot their product. It's random, whatever a professional photographer does in Cedar Falls, Iowa.
When did you find out photography with visual media? Remember?
Yeah, I do actually. I drew. I grew up drawing constantly. I was the weird kid that I would bring a sketch pad to the restaurants. Like every restaurant when I was growing up, until I was like 18, 19, I literally would just sit there and draw waiting for food. My parents like fostered that thing. And I'd be the weird kid, but I'd be engaging and talking, but I'd be sitting there drawing. And I was always obsessed with realism and like recreating, visualizing things. And so I got my hands on a camera, it's actually my dad's old Pentax that I first shot a film camera and developing the film. I didn't personally develop, like, getting the film back in those days. I just was like so excited about the idea that I had this visual thing that I saw with my own eyes, and now I can stop time and capture it and show it to other people. Just kind of like, to me, that was like the ultimate form of realism. It was like literally showing you the photons basically that affected this film. And so I was 19 when I got my first digital SLR, a Canon 20D, and started shooting. And yeah, I fell in love with it. It became like I got a job at a camera school. Basically all my extra money went into buying everything that I could at the time. And I only worked there for about exactly a year before I went into pursuing photography full time. And I basically was shooting weddings so that I could travel and pay, like, afford to be able to do some big trips every year and develop some kind of portfolio of traveling. And not necessarily not for I guess Instagram wasn't much of a thing at the time. It's really just I like making big prints and having them displayed and that kind of stuff. And
are you still a Canon guy? You still a Canon elitist?
No. I moved around. I did Sony for a bit. I still kind of shoot mostly Canon glass, but adapted to either Sony lenses. Sorry, like Canon glass.
Look at you. What do you think about these things that I'm using? Sony A7 IV.
Great.
It's great. See, yeah. So I've been, I go around just trying to find a camera that can do video and photography pretty well. And obviously going with just like generic lens, prime lens. I resisted everything. My whole journey with these cameras, I'm trying to figure stuff out. It's like prime lenses seem so stupid. So for prime lenses, it's like a fixed zoom thing. Yeah. It's like, why? Because I remember I was going to like Ukraine and thinking it's similar, very similar to space. But you're very constrained because you're going into an unknown environment. You go into a war zone. You go into a front. You don't know what. You don't know anything. Right. And there's like a little suitcase that figure out like how do you fit in this with what's robust, what gives you a good image versus the flexibility versus the weight. Weight is important there. You have to think about can you really bring a bunch of lenses. So I don't learn really quickly, but yeah, it's a whole journey that you've already been on. It's nice to have a beginner like me to explore that. I think there's a nice thing, just like as we've been talking about, with the beginner's mind, to not let equipment get in the way of what your vision is of what a thing should look like. Yeah. Sometimes, especially if you're a professional videographer, photographer, cinematographer, whatever you call it, you can fetishize equipment too much. You can get so much equipment. And I've interacted with it because I've been trying to learn from other people that have so much more experience than me. I think their advice is often
the study of memes.
Very pushing a lot of equipment versus the final thing. How do you create the art of it? And because to me, even photography is just storytelling. And so, a lot of the discussion to me that I enjoy, especially talking to creative people, is the final story. How, and I've learned, light is a weird thing. It's so interesting. It's so interesting how you can create emotion with light. With a little, you can take a phone, you light your face in different ways, and it changes the emotion. So weird. I'm like, holy shit. Because that's the conversation I'm gonna have. When people give me advice how to light a scene and all that kind of stuff is great. But the reality is that a little bit of light in a different direction, but you have to understand how that changes
contour on your face, everything.
And the expression that face can, the expression that could be effectively communicated under a different lighting condition. And then the mystery of having some of your face in darkness and some not, when you can only see the eyes and not the face, when the background is visible or not. It's all just this interesting art form that can be so powerful. the story.
Well, and what's fun with me with photography and rockets, they're both like the ultimate story of compromise. So we start learning about photography, learn about how the aperture affects both your exposure, but also your depth of field, how your shutter speed affects both your exposure, your depth of field, how the a medium format camera versus the crop camera affects everything is a compromise, and price versus performance. Like there's always a compromise. You're always literally doing like a trade study of what can I afford, that's my outcome, like blah, 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 blah. How fast is the autofocus or whatever. Same with rockets. Like there's a million choices, and every single one of them affects every single thing. So there's always trades. It's so cool. You can see the same, totally different outcomes based on the same like requirements. Like do X, but here's how we're gonna do it. Two teams of people kind of wildly different things.
When did you fall in love with rockets?
So yeah, the story kind of keeps going for me. So I was doing can't talk photography, man. We'll go on a deep rabbit hole there. So it ended. I'm through all this doing a lot of weddings. I was already saturated and feeling like I'm not being this creative. You can only shoot so many weddings before you're like, well, I would do this pose, this pose, this pose. Even if like they're amazing places, like in front of a castle in Germany or something, I'm still like, well, at the end of the day, I'm not being very creative. So I remember craving like some projects, and so I was sitting at my friend's coffee shop in my hometown in Cedar Falls, Sidecar Coffee, and I'm sitting on this red couch, and I see this article from I think Gizmodo, and it said you could own the flight stick of an Apollo command module. And I knew enough to know what that meant, but that's really about the end of my space knowledge. And so I clicked on it. The clickbait got me. Like I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna see if and I see that the minimum bid was like $250,000. I can't own the Apollo joystick, But it got me on this website called RR Auction. And so I started scrolling through that, looking for things that hadn't bid on. And they had at the time they're doing a huge space auction. And so I'm looking for things just out of curiosity and fun. These are cool, like sort of really, like I said, I like space, but I wasn't like in love with everything. But I'm very just seeing all the stuff, like so cool, looking at so much history stuff. And I ended up seeing there's an article for a VMSTK 44 flight suit, high altitude flight suit that came from the Soviet Union. And it looks, it's like a MiG fighter pilot suit, very similar to like the SR-71, like kind of pumpkin suit, semi-pressure suit with a full helmet. I mean, it looks like a spacesuit. For all intents and purposes, it's kind of like a spacesuit. And I just bid on it. I bid like I think $325. And next thing you know, like it arrives my door. And from that point on, like literally, I got it out. I immediately tried to put it on, and the first thing that I do is almost die in it because I closed the helmet down on myself and locked it, and didn't know how to unlock it. So I literally, and so as soon as I seal it up, I'm realizing I can't breathe. I'm going to run out of air. So luckily, like there's a hose, kind of that long hose thing that normally plug in the air supply. Had a little plug on the end of it, so I just unplugged it and was able to temporarily breathe through the hose until I figured out the locking mechanism. So there was my quality rate thing right there. So that was probably above a 98. It was a low.
You're there by side.
Yeah,
A few seconds.
already reading like my premature obituary, like idiot dies alone, spacesuit in his living room. Like just imagine. That would be like Darwin Award for sure. So I get the spacesuit, and it kind of
literally.
You should feel bad.
You introduced Creed. So you should feel bad about that one. Bars wide open. Yeah.
Okay, so I ended up like the spacesuit kind of like more or less haunted me because it sat in like my living room for a long time, and I didn't know what to do with it. And I actually had a friend who was also a photographer, wanted like a photo. He was just kind of taking pictures randomly. He was like, hey, bring your spacesuit up. We'll do a picture. He's like, all right. I walk across the street. We literally lived across the street, Taylor. And I put the spacesuit on. I took this funny picture. And like, this is awesome. And I got a lot of like fun out of it, creating a character, of everyday astronaut. Or at the time, I guess I didn't know, an astronaut. And then that kind of just continued. I was like thinking of more and more funny situations where I could have this astronaut on Earth doing mundane, everyday things. Came up with the name Everyday Astronaut. And originally, it was just literally a photo project, like this whole art series of an astronaut doing these things, funny, whimsical, you know, silly, mundane things. But I was researching a lot about, like, you know, I was trying to hide Easter eggs. Like, I was going to hide in, like, the, you know, the echocardiogram of Alan Shepard, you know, like his first flight in space, and Photoshop that into pictures, and, like, you know, doing all these little, like, facts about spaceflight, but there's just hidden little elements in these photos. And man, doing that, I just fell in love with it. I just was going over every little detail. I just couldn't stop learning, and I was getting excited because I was like, I could be teaching people about all this exciting stuff, all the cool things people figured out, you know, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, and was trying to portray that through images on Instagram. You know, it took me a little while, but eventually I realized, you know, on Instagram, your retention rate, you're lucky if you get like 2 seconds of someone looking at an image, you know, or maybe nowadays 60 seconds of a quick little Instagram short or something. But yeah,
it doesn't give you a chance to really teach and explore a little topic that you felt the curiosity of it. And there's so much to learn.
So many opportunities to have a light bulb go off or something. Like, this is awesome. And so, yeah, I think I started. So by the end of 2016, throughout 2016, I realized I want to be done doing photography as a profession, and I want to pursue everyday astronaut. But I didn't know what it meant yet. I just knew, like, I had this thing, you know, and at that time I'd been doing it for roughly 2 years and had, you know, seen, I don't know, like 50,000 Instagram followers or something. I felt like I could just be a full-time influencer now, you know, like just go around taking pictures of myself in the spacesuit and doing public appearances and write a joke or something. I don't know what this thing is. I'll figure it out, you know. Yeah. So basically, I gave myself a runway of 1 year, 2017, of like, I'm gonna throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. So I was doing like Twitch streams. I was playing Kerbal Space Program, which is like a video game, like a physics-based rocket building simulation game, but it's also like it's fun and silly because you're not playing with the humans, you're playing with these little Kerbal, like little alien guys. It's fun and silly. You know, streaming that on Twitch, doing things and posting some of those things onto YouTube. But finally, like I said, it actually happened to be February 27, 2017, when SpaceX had that announcement that they're flying on the moon, that I gotta tell people about this, and stood there and made my first like produced YouTube video. And I didn't want it to be over 3 minutes. I was afraid that'd be way too long for YouTube. And I got it down to like, I don't know, 2 minutes and 40 seconds or something. And that video wearing the spacesuit. Yeah. And very like horrible audio. It looks like it was color graded by a 7-year-old with a tan marker or something. Like, it just looks terrible. Sounds horrible. I'm yelling. No one's happy. But the video, you know, did relatively well. Like, I had no followers on it. I had maybe 102 or something.
Is the video still up?
Yeah.
That's great. I got to watch that.
It's so cringy. And as it should be, you know, your first video should be terrible. It's not terrible if you spend too long trying to make it. Yeah. So the thing that clicked for me is I had very little audience, and all of a sudden that video kind of took off, you know, relatively. I think it got like 10,000 views, and I was like, holy crap, that's way more engagement than I'm famous. I'm famous now. 10,000 people? That's almost my whole town.
First of all, that is kind of crazy. Like 10,000 people is crazy. It's crazy. Like if you get 500 people attend the thing that you do, that would be like, you're like a rock star. It's crazy.
We lose perspective.
Yeah, we really lose perspective very quickly.
Very quickly. So I made another video. This one I spent more time on. And I before photography, actually, I used to do wedding videography too. So I had done my focus with videography and weddings and stuff. I hated video. Like, I thought video was the worst. So long to edit. You know, I love photography. It's like, boom, you snap it, boom, post, you're done in an hour, you know. And video, it's like this whole cumbersome thing. So I thought, I'll never do video. And here I was making this long, what at times seemed like a long, 7-minute long YouTube video about how the fuck I do. And again, like that one I posted, actually it did really bad. I was really upset. I'm like, I spent 2 weeks on this stupid video, you know, worked really hard, scripting and blah, blah, blah. And then it, you know, had like 1,000 views. It did much worse than the first video. And I was so upset. And I kind of like was ready to keep throwing more spaghetti at the wall to see what was going to stick for Everyday Astronaut. And I think it was like a month or two later, I happened to like, you know, check the analytics on YouTube, and I was like, that video like kind of took off, and it got like 40 or 50 or 60,000 views or something. I was like, wait, and it just kept, that just opened in more like, okay, YouTube will bring a bigger, will bring an audience to me. As opposed to like Instagram, I had to find and, try to get the audience to come to me. This was like, they were going to do the legwork. So if I make decent videos, and I realized like really the fun thing for me was explaining a topic that is scary and intimidating, try to make it fun and engaging.
What were some of the struggles building up a YouTube channel? So for people who don't know, you have a YouTube channel called Everyday Astronomy, and there's some incredible videos on it. So what was some of the challenges and struggles in the early days?
Definitely, like at first, you're not going to find your own voice. I know, like even Jimmy talked to you about that, like how your first video is going to suck. You're not going to be yourself. You're going to be nervous. You're not going to know the tone, the pace, the things that are interesting. And actually, originally, I had constraints. I was really worried about making a short video because I thought there's no way anyone's going to watch a 3-minute video, a 7-minute video. And pretty quickly, I realized like YouTube as a whole was kind of changing, but also there's always that historic backbone of like 22 minutes of programming for 30 minutes spot on TV. Like no one goes over 22, 24 minutes in an hour special. That is the absolute limit of what a human being can watch. Basically is what I thought. Yeah. And slowly I just kept playing and getting longer and actually more and more in depth in the topics. And instead of getting like pushback, being like, this is so boring, I realized as long as as I was walking people through the whole step, giving them all the context they need, they're happy to get as deep into the weeds as I can get them. And so that just kind of fed the snowball just kept rolling. I'm like, all right. And, before you know it, I'm making hour-long videos. Like an hour long is more or less a normal length on my channel for a produced video. And they're really, really in-depth. I love like that process of trying to preemptively kind of guess what the questions might be. And part of that is like we do like script read-throughs with like our supporters and do like cuts of videos and people come on and people see it before it goes public. And I would get those questions out of the way. I would get those people asking the questions. And then I love nothing more than trying to, get all those questions answered.
A question about being a creator on YouTube. There could be a challenging psychological aspect to it, which is like you might invest a huge amount of your effort into a thing and it doesn't receive much attention at all. And there's something about YouTube and in general social media that makes you feel really crappy about that if you let it. If you really look at the numbers, it's very, very difficult not to pay attention. I mean, that's the reason why I turn off numbers on my interface for stuff that I've created. Because I just see it having a negative effect. But even then, you still okay. Your epic video on the history of Soviet rockets comes to mind. We'll talk about that in a second. But it's called, you should check it out, the entire Soviet rocket engine family tree. So that's something you've researched for 2 years. Yeah. You put your heart, soul into it. There's a lot of passion. There's a long journey. It's like an hour and a half video. Is there challenges? Is there like how difficult is that? So much of yourself into a video and it maybe not do.
Yeah, that's the struggle for sure. Honestly, especially as we grow, I try to make better videos, which means hiring more and more people to do higher animations, spend more time editing, shooting, scripting, and just. But at the end of the day, like it still can't be just losing money. And I have videos that definitely lose a lot of money because I hire 3D artists and stuff. And I was so certain the Soviet rocket engine video I thought was just purely a passion project. I honestly was like, if it ever crosses 1 million, it's a home.
Because does it cross like a couple?
I think it's a little over 2, which is insane. Like I just really thought this was more just to put on the shelf as a research, almost for myself, like, just to kind of have that knowledge and something I've always wanted to straighten out in my own head and kind of know the history a little bit better. Well, come to find out, like it took a while. It was a slow turn.
But I remember when I first released it. That's when I watched it. I remember like this so few views.
Yeah,
I remember being sad. Like I was like sad about the state of the world because I know how much love you put, how much. I don't know. To me, for some reason, that somehow would directly connect to huge views. But see, you know what made me sad? Like, you can use a different thumbnail or a different title that can affect popularity.
I know.
And then I just could imagine the torment you go. What if I use a different thumbnail? It's that Jimmy, the Mr. Beast, torment, like just a slightly different title, or slightly different.
And
everything.
I have videos. Ironically, the last I don't know 5 videos I've produced are horribly flopping. Like some of my worst videos are statistically.
The interesting one is like you summarize incredible videos. You summarize people should watch about all the awards too, like stuff that happened between 2022. I remember that not being that popular. There's a few ones recently that popular,
like riding a fighter jet. I thought that was going to be easy, like 1 or 2 million. I don't know if I paid the flights off to go there. You know what I mean? Like in that video,
it makes no sense.
And frankly, here's at the end of the day, I realized like I have lately, especially the last year or two, kind of disconnected from that aspect of it. I'm super fortunate. I'm very generous Patreon support and people that can help me sustain to produce.
People go support him on Patreon.
But as you know, as a creator, like that is what keeps the lights on. It makes it so I can go this deep. Like if I didn't have that, if I had to rely solely on YouTube ad revenue, I would just it'd be super different videos. I wouldn't spend as much time researching because they'd just be more glossed over. It's like a hurry to churn them out so I can keep the machine going. And I have this incredible freedom to really dive into a topic. Like a video that I've been working on for almost 3 months is how to start a rocket. And let me tell you, it's not as easy as one might think, or I guess as difficult as it's an insane topic.
What do you mean by starting music?
Yeah, like how do you physically get money? Like there's all these valves, the turbine, that we were talking about earlier, like that has to run on the pumps, but it itself is powering the pumps. So how do you get that? The chicken and egg. How do you get that thing started? There's tons of. It's so cool. There's so many ways, and so for me, that required reading a lot and talking to people that know a lot more than me. And just really trying to make sure I understand enough of it to explain it and try to be a narrative. So that video is 3 months in the making. We're still probably another 2 or 3 weeks out. And I don't expect, I think this will do relatively well, but in the grand scheme of YouTube, like still child's play. But I'm okay, and I'm okay with that. I'm at that point, actually, where I am okay with it. It still stings, and I'm more worried about just like, can I continue to do it at this quality, at this level, if it's losing? You know what I mean? So there is a trade-off, and I am kind of happy.
But you have the depth of the impact you have is a thing that YouTube can't give numbers on, but it's a really important thing to us. And it's really not just about the YouTube numbers. It's for people like you that are basically educating and revealing the brilliance in a technology that
what up, Pam?
Multiplanetary species and give hope to millions of young minds that will do it in the future. I mean, that's immeasurable. It's not just the views. That's really important to sort of remember as you create. That's something I try to think about so that views.
Yeah, and that becomes. I realize that more and more. Like, the more the channel matures, the more I realize the importance of it as an overall mission. Like, the first year or two, it's a rat race of growth and of popularity and all that kind of stuff. And you feel that. You feel that it's a driving force. These days, not so much, just because that was very, very good.
Back to the Soviet rocket video, epic video, probably the most epically researched video they've done. And it's truly an epic video. So what again called the entire Soviet rocket engine family tree? It took you 2 years to research. What are some fascinating things you learned on the history of rocket engines in the Soviet Union and in general? videos.
The coolest thing to me is how it's this weird blend. For the Soviet went through an insane iteration process and made so many engines. Like I didn't even, any like maneuvering thrusters or missile engines. Like, I only really dealt with main propulsion engines on orbital rockets, and there's still way too many. I mean, it's still dozens and dozens of these. And I could have gone deeper. This would just like this. They iterated so much, made a new engine for just at the drop of a hat. Yet they still also like did super primitive things. Now they physically are still today lighting the main combustion chambers of the Soyuz engines, like the RD-1 Soyuz, with essentially matchsticks. They literally stick a T-shaped thing up the chamber and have a pyrotechnic in it that ignites the actual propellant. It's not the most elegant solution. They're still using that. So they went from like a whole spectrum of like it's a mixture of like make it better, faster, harder, stronger, gooder, all the way around, to also if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's like it employs all of the above.
So it's like it's a lot of innovation, but also it's like all of it together.
Yes, that's exactly the way to put it. And they did things that are insane. They developed a full fluid stage combustion cycle. This engine had it been used. I mean, it was the same relative size as the F-1 in that same category, way up there of like 6.7 like meganewtons of thrust or something around, and the F1's like 7 or something. It's huge, yet way more complicated, way more efficient, way just better engine in that sense as far as performance goes. Yet it never flew, it never left the stand. They never built the rocket around it. The N1, which was the most powerful rocket we've flown so far to date, like it never made it through its first stage burn. All 4 attempts failed spectacularly. Yet it had so much technology on it that was still unrivaled today almost. Like finally now we're beating it. The K-33s that they developed for that rocket. Like finally today we're to the point of like having better engines built in the 60s.
Yeah, what stands out to you?
Well, it's interesting because the N1 was the Kuznetsov Design Bureau. But he was actually an aircraft. He was one of the first people outside kind of the missile and rocket program. We had all these other big wigs kind of in the other OKBs that were developing missiles and rockets. And all of a sudden, people like Kuznetsov had never developed a rocket. And so his first attempt at rocket engines was the MK-series, MK-15, MK-33, and they were amazing, brilliant. They were these wonderful closed-cycle oxygen-rich engines that were awesome. Awesome engines, and that were, because I love that because he is direct boss. Since he wasn't necessarily in the aerospace or in the rocket missile defense world, he didn't have to. At the Soviet Union, he didn't have to give away all of his things to the same people as the other people. So he hid, like 80 of his engines in a hangar, and then we still really use them. In the United States, we used 8 or 10 of them, repurposed them as the different like, in the United States. But, we still were flying Soviet rocket engines in the 2000s because they were better than engines we are building today. Like to me, that's my favorite fact about the N1 rocket engines. They're still that good with the best choice for the time on those sides.
Some of the culture that engineering led to these things that still work incredible. Yeah. You said that the RD-171 is one of the coolest engines ever made. Why is that?
Yeah. Well, so one of the fun things about the Soviet engines, it'll look like a lot of their engines look like multiple engines. You see multiple nozzles, you see multiple combustion chambers. You think, obviously, the nozzle is the engine, right? But what they actually do, the real heart, the real power of the rocket engine actually comes from the turbines, the pumps themselves. And as we talked about earlier, the turbine and the actual pumps that flow the propellant into the chambers. And so the Soviet Union was incredible at developing closed-cycle, high-powered turbo pumps. But if you try to scale the combustion chamber too big, you end up with what's called combustion instability. You have such a large surface area, crazy flames, and combustion happening. They can get these weird pockets, oscillations, frequencies, and they just couldn't make big combustion chambers. They never figured it out. They never quite. Well, they did actually. They didn't like it, so they ended up just breaking down and having small combustion chambers and just splitting pipes basically instead of one fuel pump going into one pipe going into one combustion chamber and one oxidized pipe going into one combustion chamber. They split it off into two or four into two or four combustion chambers and kind of spread that work around so they could experience this combustion stability. So the RD-171 is like still to date the most powerful rocket engine ever built. The turbo pump is insane. I don't even remember how many 200,000 horsepower comes out of that turbo pump. In order to flow the amount of power necessary at those rates and at those pressures, so it has 4 chambers, and it's just an absolute marvel of engineering. Yeah, and then the cool thing too, specifically the RD-171, its engine, all 4 of those nozzles can actually pivot and rotate. I just now, as playing this realized, it has to mean that they have joints, like flexible joints, in the high pressure pump in order to, this realization I'm having right now is normally you put the gimbal above the turbo pump, like the mount where the engine swivels, so that you have low pressure from the tank into the pumps, and then you just have a straight fixed pipe flowing into the engine, so you have to bend that pipe and have it be dynamic. If they had the 4 chambers moving independently from each other, that means those 4 chambers all had to have flexible high pressure, which I don't know if that's. Why am I just now realizing this?
Yeah, so that's engineering challenge.
I never even thought that was a thing you could do. I gotta look into why and how.
I wonder why that's.
So the easier thing to do normally is to keep those nozzles fixed. Like say the Soyuz engine, the RD-171, they have a fixed main combustion chambers, and they use little Vernier. Not mad at me for saying Vernier. Engines that swivel themselves, and those require your control. So the main chambers stay fixed, and then you get your roll, your pitch, and your yaw auxiliary sources.
By the way, did you get anything wrong in that?
Yeah.
People told you about?
Yeah, I get a few things. Yep. First off, we had a graphic here. We actually we copy and pasted a lot of one of the After Effects projects. So our nuclear engines, one of them on screen says that it runs on RP1. It has basically all the wrong stuff. We just didn't catch it in the edit. We literally copy and pasted. I say it right on screen, on the voiceover, but on screen is wrong. The other thing, and I'm excited to ask you about this. I watched, and I spoke with a lot of Russian-speaking individuals. We had a lot of research assistants that were reading and blah, blah, blah. I tried really hard to learn how to pronounce Sergei Korolyov's name. And I'm still going to say it wrong. My understanding, and from listening to native speakers, is closer to Korolyov than it is Korolev.
Yeah, definitely. Sergei Pavlovich Korolev.
Yeah, I will never say it that perfectly, but I know it's not just Korolev. I mean, again, the English translation, likely, I should have just said if I'm saying the dumb America way, but
you rolled your R. Compliment. Excellent. So, well, let me just ask you the difference in culture, because you research so many rockets, so many different eras, the 7.5, just everything you're seeing now. Are there some interesting differences, especially when you look at the space race, between the Soviet rocket engineers' efforts versus the American?
Yeah, there's definitely huge cultural changes. And the fun thing is that they kind of spawn from the same thing. They have the same starting point. Both, Soviet rocket engines and Americans all came from the Nazi V2 rocket in the A4. Literally physically spawned from that, because the fall of the World War II, we took a handful of German scientists and the Soviets took a handful of German scientists. And they both, after all, got a little bit blueprints and the other stuff. We literally had the same weird thing. We started with the same thing, letting two divergent paths go crazy on their own developments. really fun to see the cultural differences. One of the things the United States did is they really would kind of take an engine and just perfect it more or less, and not really evolve that much. I don't know, and I don't know why. I need to do a history lesson on the US engines, but it's literally like as far as orbital class engines before now, there's like a dozen or two. You know, it's a tenth the amount of Soviets, and the Soviets just literally made up a new engine every time they had a new and it was like a completely different engine. Yeah, and
I wonder if there's some aspect to the culture. I don't want to overstate it, but there is more of a safety culture in the United States. And I think if you care about safety, or rather, like you have, you're more risk averse, so you care about safety more, about the value of human life, and risk taken there, that you will iterate less. So, I think the Soviets in the early I don't want to overstate this. Is some of it is just those stories, just anecdotes. They're more willing to take risks. Risk with human life, risk with spacecraft.
For example, the first orbital space flights from the Soviet Union, the cosmonaut had to eject out of the capsule and parachute landed.
Yes.
That's not very well known, and it wasn't. They were hidden even from history as much as they could at first, because they were slightly ashamed that they couldn't have a full recovery system with their spacecraft. They could physically recover it, but they wouldn't be able to recover the cosmonaut in one piece. So instead, they had to just eject out of the thing and parachute to safety. Like, that's insane. And so there definitely was some extra risks, but also a freedom to just like push things to the limits and try everything. Like through and all the spaghetti on the wall.
It's funny that most people probably don't even know the first person to space in America, and obviously everybody knows that. And it's like it's kind of interesting how the space race and even World War II, even like the history books, you ask most Americans, they think that America won World War II. Like, without America, like the real heroes of World War II is America. Yes, British people say, and everybody has, like, without Britain, without Churchill, Hitler would have taken over the world. And I think probably the strongest case is the Soviet Union case. They're the ones that won the war. The reason it's the strongest case is most of the fighting happened, right? Most of the death happened, and most of the destruction. But everyone has their perspective. It's in the space race. You know, the great accomplishment is the first man in Earth. US,
yeah, I was gonna say.
And like Yuri Gagarin, from the Russian perspective, is the first man in space. And that, I think, still persists. And some of that, in healthy forms, is probably constructive to a little bit of competition. It pushes all the great scientists on each side. But anyway, what do you think about this Yuri Gagarin mission in space and the Vostok mission in 1961? Just in general, when you look back at that time, leading to the first moon.
Yeah, April 12th, 1961. Yuri's night, baby. That's it's insane. What's insane to me is the first person in space didn't just go to space. He went and re-entered. That's a monumental task compared to suborbital. So the United States did 2 suborbital flights in that same year. I believe that's the year. I'm pretty sure in 1961. They flew the first time orbitally in 1962. They weren't terribly far behind to get a human into orbit. Like, in the grand scheme of things, 10 months difference. But at the same time, like, the fact that the Soviet Union went straight to flying someone in orbit is monumental.
And I'm sure they did not do excessive, rigorous testing. Because there is a space race, and you have to first, is important. Just imagine being Yuri. What do you say when they're like launching, let's go, or something? Like, I mean, you're taking, we're talking about you being a starship, like, you're taking a pretty big risk being launched out into orbit.
Hopefully a lot less risk than what Yuri went through. So Yuri, the great thing, remember those matchsticks we talked about? You know, there's 20 main combustion chambers on Soyuz. There's for 12 more engines, all need to be lit. So you're sitting on top of this booster, and they light all of the 32 combustion chambers on the ground, and then it has this insane separation process between what the Soviet Union called the first stage and the second stage, but we call it like the core stage and the boosters. Four of these boosters have to peel away perfectly from the core stage simultaneously. If one of them sticks on, mission failed. If one of them doesn't eject properly or drags into the other tank, it's a goner. So the staging process of Soyuz is working out. It's just the technology. Soyuz. I mean, more or less, that same rocket is what's still flying humans that are cosmonauts from, I suppose most of them going to the International Space Station are flying on a variant of this rocket. It's still like that big of work.
What do you think about which Cosmos as it stands today, its history and its future in comparison to NASA and their national efforts, and in comparison to commercial space flight?
I mean, utmost respect for the engineers involved and everything that's happened. I think America was still one of the greatest engine manufacturers when they have the funding to do so. But man, it seems like they're falling from grace as far as space prowess. The Rothschilds went from having, I think they got very comfortable with, from 2011 until 2022 or until 2020, they were the only ride at the International Space Station. Since then, it started, I think, in 2018. Honestly, I think that's kind of things. That's the first time I specifically remember a pretty nasty thing happened in 2018. I think it was a Soyuz mission to the International Space Station. Had one of the boosters not detached and had to have an abort. But that happened, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, there's a Progress being docked to the ISS a couple years ago that spun the ISS, cartwheeled the ISS out of control. Followed a few months later, the Piers module docks to the International Space Station, spirals the International Space Station out of control again. Thruster getting fixed on. There's a hole in as a Russian segment. I think the most recent one right now, there's a Soyuz dock to the ISS that has a puncture and is leaking coolant and will not be returning humans on it. So they're actually going to fly up an uncrewed Soyuz. And that one likely wasn't a manufacturing error. It probably was like a micrometeorite puncture, rendering the spacecraft unusable. We don't know for sure yet. But it's just really been this fall from grace where they have all the potential. Some of the best engines, some of the best rockets, and especially right before the collapse of the Soviet Union, the Buran shuttle and the Energia rocket were incredible. Had they been able to evolve that onto and reusable Energia, they had a fully reusable Energia on the drawing board. I honestly fully think they could have done it.
Is it possible to return to a place where there is friendly competition between nations that ultimately unites and inspires the peoples of these different worlds, these very different worlds that have, especially recently, come to conflict over the war in Ukraine? The tension builds. The war, the conflict, the suffering is actually creating more and more division, creating more and more hate. I think as we've talked about science and engineering, especially the most epic version of engineering, which is rocketry and space travel, unites people even in a time of tension, conflict, and war. So do you have a hope that you can return to that place?
I think historically, spaceflight has been one of the most bonding things. We have countless examples of Cold War enemies coming together and working together, lending a hand. Apollo 13, for example, of course, there is the potential that who knew where it was going to re-enter, since it was not in the plane trajectory at all for re-entry. And the Soviet Union said, hey, wherever they land, we'll help you guys out. And that was a pretty big thing at the time, obviously. We also, in 1975, saw the Apollo-Soyuz mission, which was Apollo spacecraft docking Soyuz spacecraft. First time there's international collaboration. And again, 1975, still very amidst Cold War, yet we have this collaboration that I don't know what else could have done that. And think about what it actually takes to do that. You have to come up with a docking module that is
all right. What's that, gangster?
Takes the two different.
I like how no one's in your karaoke stream.
talk to the engineers and mission planners. And
These motherfuckers should have been there.
The cosmonauts and the astronauts trained together and got to know each other, crossing boundaries and borders.
Is it some kind of Filipino holiday about which I don't know?
A fluff piece, like even if it was
There we
totally
go.
like, cynical, just trying to make a pretty face for everybody for the cameras or something. Obviously, it's still had an impact.
The symbolic impact. But there's also the practical impact. I mean, a lot of people have to work together.
Yes,
and that has a ripple effect on the culture, the different engineers. Yeah,
100%. And even just the astronauts and cosmonauts involved, like, think about what probably went through their heads during this process, like going from, oh my God, to work with them to getting to know them and then sharing meals in space. Like, that's a crazy transformation of timelines. And I would love to, I do think that spaceflight has the ability to bond us and unite us, because it is ultimately, this little tiny little planet we're floating around on. It is the boundary of knowledge. You only can. It only takes you getting off the planet to realize, oh my God, we're all neighbors. We're all living in the same house together. And I do think ultimately, as we continue to expand our horizons and expand our exploration, it has the potential to unite us more, and it has the potential to unite us.
So one of the potential conflicts in the 21st century that I think everyone wants to avoid, both in the cyberspace and hot workspace, Cold War, hot war, all kinds of war, all kinds of economic conflict is between the United States and China. So China is going full steam ahead, developing a space program, doing a lot of incredible work. Like you mentioned, 64 launches in 2022 with 2 failures. But moving straight ahead.
And by the way, failures, we had a lot of startups. A lot of the launches were from brand new companies. So to have 2 failures out of 64, I mean, that's still. If you look at operational launches, flawless.
Do you see a pathway where there's, again, in that same way, collaboration or friendly competition between all the different companies and nations in the United States and China? In the next, as we push towards the moon, Mars, and beyond.
I held a dumb hope that China would actually be allowed to sign on to the Artemis Accord to be able to take part in this next step towards the moon. And just imagine if they provided a propulsion module or a lander or something that actually came together to land on them instead of having another space race. It's like, it would have been so cool. And yeah, I still am hopeful that, similar to back in the Cold War, that we might have something like that someday, where we actually are collaborating. And I feel like sometimes we're really close to that, and other times it feels like we're really far from that. And it just sucks, because I know, I try really hard to always separate and celebrate the work. Because at the end of the day, there's someone that's just going home to their family, clocking in hours, working really hard on pushing their program and doing engineering work, and it's we don't get to choose where we're born and what we're born into. So I really like to avoid, the political aspects of things, the geopolitical aspects, and just appreciate the science and the science we're seeing. The progress that China's doing in the last 10 years is very akin to early space programs, and with the runway of just keep going. I see no reason for them to be slowing down. So it's definitely something to watch and be interested in. And I mean, there really genuinely might be a race to the moon again, and there really genuinely might be a race to Mars.
The part of me is excited about that, because a race is pretty cool. Yeah, but hopefully it's friendly competition and some collaboration. It is true that maybe I'm being a bit cynical, but nations sometimes, governments and leaders of those governments sometimes doing things. Like, you don't often have, statistically speaking, it's harder to have a leader of a nation that looks beyond the particular political bickering of that nation. You have like a JFK type character that really steps up and inspires. I think statistically speaking, it's better to have somebody like Elon, who's the leader of a company, like a commercial effort, that is able to look beyond the borders of the nation. and certainly inspiring educators like yourself to look beyond the borders of those nations, geopolitical conflicts, and so on, to inspire them, to inspire people. I think that's just made so much easier. Like you can have more reach. Tim Dodd can have more reach than NASA, right? Like in terms of inspiring the world, and that's fascinating. Like, that gives power to the individuals that see past the silly short-term geopolitical conflicts.
Yeah,
that's the hope, at least.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you worry that there might be more space?
Yeah.
Let's look out into the future. So the interesting thing about these rockets, right? Let's not forget, rockets do what rockets do. That they can carry payloads that can be weapons. Do you worry about this?
I worry most about space wars as leading to the Kessler syndrome of having a cascading effect of like a spacecraft blowing up and then affecting another spacecraft, and that blows up, and then all of a sudden you're trapped and have this debris cloud that we can't go into space anymore. That's my biggest, because frankly at this point we can annihilate ourselves with terrestrial stuff anyway. You know what I mean? We don't need space to end society as we know. You know what I mean? But we could. And the good thing is, I think mostly everyone, seems to understand this for the most part. That like, really can't be risking blowing up stuff in space in low Earth orbit, because it could easily, like, we can strain ourselves from space assets for 50 years.
Can you elaborate on this? So, like, what is the danger of the debris there that could jeopardize?
Yeah, so
space.
So, for instance, it was only a couple of years ago. Russia did an anti-satellite test on an orbital. There's we've done this. The U.S. has done this. Like, I'm not picking on them, but we kind of know nowadays, like, don't do anti-satellite tests on orbital things, because those things stay in orbit. You know, when you blow something up in space, it's not like, people think, in space, like, oh, you throw something that's just going to keep going forever, whatever. I mean, that's in the sense that it's not going to be slowed down due to air resistance. It's going to continue to do that, but it's staying in orbit around the Earth. Like, you just slightly change the orbit of it around Earth when you throw a ball or something. So the scary thing is, when you blow up a satellite, all those pieces of that satellite are now millions of bullets in a halo around the Earth, in a very specific halo. So some things get blown up faster, according to its orbit, faster, so they'll go a little bit higher elliptically. Some things will get slowed down in that explosion and actually re-enter. Some things will go sideways and change its inclination of that orbit. So you have this debris field, but it more or less becomes a band of, like, like a big, scary, sharp, scary bullets that can destroy another spacecraft. And then all of a sudden, especially now Starlink, we're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of satellites in space. All of a sudden, one, a couple of them crash and blow up, and obviously you have all the shrapnel everywhere, and then that means another satellite that creates shrapnel. You can literally blanket our entire low Earth orbit in 17,500 mile an hour. We're talking that the kinetic energy in this is so hard for people to fathom, because that's over 10 times faster than most, like, rifle bullets, even like a big 50 cal. It's not going to be, we're still talking about 10%. That, so you think about the kinetic energy, it's insane. So like a paint can go through panes of glass at that velocity. A little piece of metal can puncture, blow straight through.
So our actions that seem small scale military actions can have dire detrimental effects to the whole space program, like global space program.
Oh yeah, it can affect everything and everyone,
including including satellites.
Oh yeah, especially satellites. Like, that's, I mean, the good and the bad. The good thing is, a lot of satellites don't operate before. Like, a lot of the ones that we use day to day, a lot of them are medium Earth orbit, like the GPS, geostationary, which are way out there. And because of that, they won't ever deorbit. Like it'll take millennia to deorbit because just because something's in space doesn't mean it's there forever, especially like in low Earth orbit. The atmosphere doesn't just suddenly stop. It's not like you hit Kármán line 100 kilometers and all of a sudden there's zero atmosphere. The atmosphere just slowly tapers. You can experience that yourself as you climb a mountain. You slowly realize there's less and less air. You just keep going. And just because you're in space 200, 300 kilometers up, there's still trace molecules. There's the occasional oxygen molecule, the occasional nitrogen molecule. And so that is actually drag. So as the spacecraft in low Earth orbit, depending on its altitude, will take anywhere from 5 years to 5 months to deorbit, or 2 months or 1 month, like depending on its orbit or its altitude, we'll have some parasitic drag still, and slowly, throughout time, slow down, which lowers its orbit, which drags it down more, lowers its orbit, and et cetera, re-enters. So if we end up with some kind of catastrophic event where the entire low Earth orbit has been inundated and blown up, it'll take months for the first band to clear up. It'll take years for something like, there's charts, people have all this stuff available. You should look at this.
It's terrifying, by the way.
But it's really, well, again, the caveat is, for the most part, Low Earth orbit stuff would be within years. So we could get back to doing some more with it. Like Starlink stuff would probably be, and kind of redo it and up from the ground up again. GPS would be wiped out.
It's the freezer, right?
The scary thing is we wouldn't be able to relaunch and replace new things because we're stuck. We're not going to fly through that debris field,
And we avoid that by avoiding.
And these days, like there's more and more requirements and legislation, especially trying to get international collaboration on having end-of-life plans for satellites. So the satellites, especially those in low Earth orbit, have track devices to increase the length of time. They literally pull just a ribbon, like a silly little ribbon. Will sit there, it'll slowly, it can speed up its re-entry process by certain years. So we're starting to see that this is now important. So there's a really cool company called Stoke Aerospace. Washington is one of these launch providers that's really looking not into just trying to be the next SpaceX launch company. They're really seeing satellite bringing stuff down from space is actually being, especially right now, we have all of these hundreds and thousands of satellites being launched every year. Someone at some point is probably going to use it. And so they're looking at being one of those companies to do that.
What do you think about Starlink and the efforts of Starlink to put a very large number of satellites out there and provide internet access to
anyone? Generally, I think Starlink is phenomenal. And I would be saying this if it was any company. I want to make that clear that people think I'm just some SpaceX fanboy or something. And I think it's perfect.
I think as your fan, I could say you're basically a fanboy, or just a fan of everybody that's doing space stuff. And I don't like even in this whole conversation, there's no way we could like 10% of what I wanted to talk to you about. So we're jumping around. I mean, we could talk probably for an hour on Artemis. We could talk about anything with ULA, obviously all the other commercial efforts. We could talk about the NASA efforts, and Saturn. We didn't really go with this conversation almost that. And we might, okay? So you're a fan of everything. Is in general exciting,
and not for the space assets, but just the potential for humanity. I really think, even as a consumer of the internet, personally, our studio space down in Texas, we're stuck with Mediacom, which has the least reliable internet service. Period. That's the only option. Either they're trying to charge me $20,000 to run a fiber optic cable, $1,000. It's insane. I'm not going to do that. I bought Starlink. It helps, but it's still not, amazing. But it has. You can see where this is going in a year, 2, 3, 5 years. I can totally screw the internet provider, and this is now by far the best option, and it's available literally anywhere. You don't have to be limited to your local internet service provider. And on the global scale, of course, you have people be able to learn and learn about rockets, learn about water management and architecture and city planning and fitness and health. All of the modern conveniences that we Google every single day. There's people that don't have access to that. I'm a self-taught rocket. I would not be who I am if it wasn't for the internet. Last 7 years, 6-7 years.
So unlocking the intellectual potential of places like Africa, of rural areas that don't have internet access.
That's a huge thing. That's like humanitarian 101 is give people access to information. And I think we have this potential to try to step in and fix other people's problems. But the reality is that people are smart. No matter where you are, you give them the resources to learn. They're going to solve problems. They're going to problem solve. They're going to engineer. They're going to. But if you don't give them access to that information, they're going to be stuck in their cycles. And so I think the potential for Starlink is incredible. I think it's already impactful. It's already affecting people in rural and indigenous areas, and it's already affecting businesses and all that stuff. I think it's great. I think it is. There's some downsides with astronomy, with ground-based astronomy, that it can hinder observations from the ground. There's already a lot of communications between SpaceX and astronomical societies and things like that, because it is a real concern. It can ruin observations, it can ruin data. But like one of the big ones, for instance, recently I think a new thing that we're going to be working into is that currently, if a Starlink is flying over a ground-based asset, a lot of ground telescopes actually have a laser that goes up and it measures the atmospheric distortion, and the telescopes literally sit there like by the millisecond changes the focus and fixes those atmospheric distortions. And that laser can interfere with satellites. So previously, I'm pretty sure that SpaceX actually had to, request that as they're flying over these satellites, these telescopes, they turn off the laser. And when you have tens of thousands of these things flying, you're going to be turning off the laser more than it's on. It's this insanely inconvenient thing. You're going to have these junctions happen often. And I think one of the things that SpaceX is like, okay, no, you guys keep the laser on. We'll deal with your laser. Good stuff. Things like that, mitigating the brightness of them so they're not visible under most conditions. Of course, like there's still always going to be visible in the sun. But then ultimately for me, it's like this weird, like almost like a puberty of space flight and astronomy, where currently it's not cheap enough to really do a ton of incredible science or space-based telescopes. We have Hubble, we have all these other, awesome space telescopes, Chandra, et cetera, whatever. And but it's still so expensive to launch them that we're still so reliant on our ground telescopes. But in the future, you can see a world where, this is so cheap. We'll just launch 50 James Webb Space Telescope sized telescopes this year for half the price of doing it on Earth, and get way better data. So in the future, I think in 20, 30 years, we'll look at it and be like, oh man, that was not a time where space assets were interfering with this astronomy. But I think in the future, it's like, can you imagine doing space, astronomy from the ground? That's insane.
There could be complexities to just having that be just another topic. So the complexities associated with having so many satellites, especially with competing companies, competing nations. Do you see that as an issue, having tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of satellites?
Yeah.
It becomes a very interesting robotics collision avoidance problem.
The one thing to keep in mind is perspective. Like, I know 10,000 satellites sounds insane, and it sounds really scary. But, I mean, just even look at how many planes are in the air at any given time. And planes are bigger, they're flying slower, which actually means there's a greater chance. If you think about two objects occupying space, if one's moving really fast, like imagine trying to throw two basketballs at each other, relatively easy. Now try shooting two bullets at each other and have at 90 degrees. You have to have your timing down really perfect to do that. Now take that times 10. These objects are taking up a physical space a very small amount of time. They're relatively small. Like most satellites are not very big, and they have limitless altitudes to deal with. So even though you can have what look like convergences, they can be 10, 20, 50, 100 kilometers difference. And they're dealing with it. It's like all the space assets know, hey, I'm at this orbital plane and this blah, blah, blah. They know their altitudes and know their safe distances and have these margins built in. and it's space. So there's like an insane amount of room,
There's a lot.
There's a lot of margin, but of course you can't excuse that all the way. You have to still have plans and be considering that, considering collisions, considering all of the
When do you think the first thing will be? You don't like timelines? Is this something, and you're very much focused on kind of the short term of incredible progress? That makes no sense. But there is the Mars plan. That is it the origin of the commercial spaceflight efforts. Do you still see and dream about that?
Let me be clear that I don't want to get Mars, but I do think if you're making me guess a timeline when humans will walk on Mars, even a year ago I still would have said by the end of 2020, like 2020's decade, so by December 31st, 2029, humans will walk on Mars. I'm starting to think that's still too optimistic, but I definitely think by 2040. I for sure think that. And I really think it's just hard to predict that curve, that project out that curve. We're going to go from feeling like it's impossible, like it's feeling it's inevitable.
It could be another by the end of the decade JFK type moment, especially if China steps up the space race. Yeah. It could be like, all right, NASA kind of says, all right, this Elon fella really make us eject.
Well, and if Starship works out as planned, and as NASA has invested in planes, they're relying on SpaceX. SpaceX to land on the moon. Now, whether or not the life support considerations of long-term space flight missions and high radiation, blah, 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 refueling, of course, is a huge, huge deal. They definitely could send a Starship to Mars and land, ideally land on Mars. As soon as they can land on the moon. I mean, those two things are very, in some ways, Mars is almost easier. If you can use the atmosphere to slow down, it actually doesn't take that much more delta V to actually land on Mars. On the moon, you don't have it yet. You have to first get out to the moon, then orbit the moon. You have to slow down every one of those change. You have to lower your orbit until it coincides, hits the moon. Then you have to slow down enough to not explode when you hit the moon. So there's a lot of delta V change. Mars is actually, by the time we kind of crunch the numbers, it's relatively similar. It's just a lot more difficult timeline-wise, accuracy, and all of these other communication. There's a lot of other things obviously involved. I'm glossing over and making it sound easy. It's not. But I think there's a real decent chance we see a Starship vehicle land on Mars by the end of the decade.
I mean, there's also sociological. I think you're allowed to take more than you are. Because we've done the moon, 1969.
Yeah.
It's been a while. PR-wise, you have to be much safer. Yeah. With Mars, like everyone's like it's dangerous. Like you could take a little more risk, especially with the mission. But actually, just going back to the moon landing, Apollo 11 mission. I haven't talked about this. What's the amazing answer there? But again, the romantic question. Look back at that moon landing. One small step for man, giant step for man. What do you think about that history? Do you go back to that often, or are you focused just like Mars on the engines?
I still, when I need inspiration, I rewatch this documentary called "We Left Earth." I think it was a Discovery Channel did it. 6-part episode. It was narrated by Gary Sinise. Phenomenal overview of the space race, and that will get my juices every time. Every time, just it's so well done, and it really just something. And when it goes on the Space Channel, but yeah, when I watch footage of humans walking, it's just I can't believe we're done with the technology we had and the risks they took to do it, and the insane engineering that it took to do that is just absolutely astonishing. The amount of the sheer logistics of of what it took to do with the technology we had back then. It's like, how can we have so much money and effort and energy and time and resources, human resources to do this? Like, it's just the weakness of the computers I had back then. So much, yeah, it's insane. But at the same time, like, I don't know if we want to talk about conspiracy theories or anything, but like, it's all of like we haven't proof in the pudding of like 400,000 people on payroll, like all of the paperwork, all of the.
Oh, you mean the question of conspiracy?
Yeah, like I mean, I think the receipts are there. But
it's a lot of things like that. I mean, we actually generally live in a pretty distrust institution. Part of the thing with the space program is one of the things that can help create the trust in institutions. But institutions, even that word, bad word now. Institutions means a bunch of humans get together. They can do big things against them. Yeah, but you know, like if I was conspiratorially minded, it's like do that. You know? So I think that's a very simple thing, but it's still an incredible one. And also, there's until you look at the receipts, there's a kind of like a rationale to that kind of conspiracy theory because so much pressure was put on the space race, the PR that be the winners. So it makes sense that you to try to take shortcuts and things and propaganda, different kinds of messaging. And I'm sure stuff like that was happening. Some kind of like little, adjustment here and there to present things better and so on. But ultimately, the actual engineering project of landing on the moon, right? The fact that humans did that. I mean, it is sad that we didn't have better like voice technology. And as I watch like SpaceX efforts and these efforts, it's still not trivial to record the how just amazing, inspiring space is. Because it's like, it's like Elon jokes about like space does look fake. Yeah. Like I think there is some elements of it where you have to be there to experience it really. And I don't I think it's it currently is still an unsolved problem of how do you capture that. I mean, you're one of the early people that are part of the crew that is exploring that very question. I'm sure you want to find all the answers to say like how do we convert this into a visual form, into some kind of format that captures the magic of it 100%.
And that's a perspective thing that I think about all the time. You know, and I'll do a lot of thinking about like what is the thing that's reacting to people? Is it the sound? Is it the perspective? Is it seeing a little tiny human next to a landing leg that makes you go, oh my god, this thing's huge. I'm just reading, and digesting that, trying to help to convey that as best as possible because it's stuff that we are and have worked on. It's so cool. It's so exciting. And it's so important. And like actually, it seems bigger than any one of us. Physically, metaphorically. I wish everyone had that experience.
And that's the cool thing that you're like little something that really fascinating problem. How do you capture magic? How do you inspire? That's not just communication.
I find for myself that I didn't just tell you about something. So I learned the ins and outs, like problem solve. Wow. And that's I try to go back to that. What can I teach myself? Like every video, I expect to learn no matter what, no matter how much I think I know about something. If I'm not learning something, and I always think that people get they have questions answered for them.
Let me ask you a couple of quick questions. I have to myself try and ask. So first, let's talk about nuclear. Interesting fascination. So what do you think beyond the chemical actions that we talked about? What do you think about using nuclear
we already have thermal nuclear reactors, nuclear engines that have been tested both by the United States and Soviet. 100% valid, totally ready to go. Super awesome. Yes. Hardcore. And what they're using is basically a fusion reactor, flowing hydrogen through heating up the hydrogen, taking it from gas, by heating up your energy, and then literally just using that now steam hydrogen influence into your environment. And you also have to use that energy that's through the pumps to still pump the thing, so you're still kind of using like a lot of the but instead of a chemical reaction, you're literally just using your fission to heat up. It's the same thing. At the end of the day, you end up with like 8 to 9 double that. Most of that comes just because hydrogen's only emitting, only ejecting hydrogen. The lighter molecule is just like if you had a golf ball versus like a bowling ball, normally physically going so fast. So do very well, right? You get more protection for higher nuclear thermal, amazing. Shoot little hydrogen molecules out crazy fast. Already have it. Yes. Actually, we're already investing. He's looking at it. Basically, ramp it back up. I haven't done it yet. There were some challenges there. Still, we're not using. We're not using for major projects. We're using propulsion. So getting off Earth, you always want the gas. Like you don't want to, and actually frustrating. Very heavy nuclear reaction, but really, the reason we kind of give up on it is they're most useful for a cannon. If you're trying to get a big, like if you're trying to send a huge payload off to Mars, it's still could be beneficial even going, like in the Earth system, you can use nuclear thermal very effectively. It can be a waste, but it also that's getting that trade. We just kind of use a little bit bigger and fly a normal, it's that whole trade thing. But another reason why we kind of stopped when the United States developed Irva, so heavy, only a Sat 5 could actually live at the stage, like the upper stage. So we replaced the S4B with a nuclear thermal Irva engine. The Soviet Union developed one about 1/10 the size at thrust that was small enough to fly on a proton rocket. But neither of them ever flew. Thumbs up, ready to go. It's just a huge thing. They could unlock a lot of interplanetary potential. All the thousands actually interstellar. Not, I don't think nuclear thermal. We're not quite getting there, but then you get into like nuclear pulse drives, things where you literally like basically injecting a bomb on the back of your rocket and exploding and a shock absorber and photo sticking your way out of the solar system. That's by all physics, sure. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not breaking the laws of physics. But I just don't see us getting to that need anytime soon. I don't think we can fully travel. Yeah, I think we have a better physics.
Do you have hope that maybe theoretical physics will open really science propulsion?
Yeah, I do. I think we're still at the very beginning of our understanding of everything and how things work. And 100 years ago, it would be stupid to predict things today. And who knows? Like even things have changed. Looking deeper into our solar system than ever, and physically being able to see objects that not physically see.
Well, being able to study black holes and better the stuff that's happening outside of black holes, at the edges of black holes, and how the information is stored, the holographic. There's so much weirdness about black holes. Around where gravity starts bending light, it's like, all right, we'll get to look at that now. Start to wonder, like, what? how can you like use it? For propulsion, you choose like awfully crazy features at this moment, but I think that's because we know almost nothing about those objects where the general relativity and quantum mechanics start to have to be both considered to describe those kinds of objects. And as we study those objects, we might figure out some kind of unification thing that will allow us to understand maybe how to use black holes for propulsion. Like, I can say a lot of crazy things. Really basic.
But the point is, it'd be stupid for us to even guess about things we don't even know. You know what I mean? Like, and so therefore, I'm not going to say the best option for interstellar travel is nuclear drives. Like that would be like someone saying, in 1600, the only way to fly is by strapping birds to your head.
But that said, everything you're saying is right. But at the beginning of the 20th century, there's a million people that said, right? If you talk to most physicists, they like pretty much solved. Like standard model describes physics extremely accurately. General relativity explains the cosmos as we observe them extremely accurately. Whatever.
Yeah.
But outside of that, we basically solved like where are you going to find gaps in knowledge that are going to somehow create warp drives, like right. But that seems like throughout history we prove ourselves wrong time and time again.
Yes. No, this is well outside of any of my face. So I want to make sure that if I say anything stupid, it's because I'm just a peasant here and a physics fan. But yes,
all peasants in physics land.
I really just think like it's very humbling that we're still using chemical propulsion and variants of injecting mass. And no matter how you get at it, and I think someday I would expect that our species has figured out.
Gotta ask you another wild question. What do you think of Bob Lazar, who claimed that he worked at Area 51 of propulsion system fueled by, quoted here, maybe from Wikipedia, fueled by an antimatter reactor, which just fueled the chemical compound 15. At the time, it wasn't synthesized. It was later, 2003, synthesized, named Moscopium. He said that the propulsion system relied on a stable isotope of 15, which allegedly generates a gravity wave that allowed the vehicle to fly and to evade visual detection by bending light around it. No stable isotopes of moscovium have yet been synthesized. All have proven extremely radioactive to K 100 milliseconds. One, do you believe him? Which I find him fascinating because it's I find the human mind more fascinating than something like an antimatter drive. It's a giant mystery that we haven't even gone through before. Anyway, in that sense, whether he's lying or not are both interesting things to explore from a psychology perspective. But two, it's basically saying that this is an alien, extraterrestrial engine thing. What do you think?
I mean, I'm happy to change my opinion based on I have like.
This guy sucks. Why are we sending this asshole and Steve Aoki to fucking space? And we'd be sending Rabbi Rothschild and my pillows.
Like, this is exciting and fun to think that this is all real. And then another part of why? How good is this guy at lying and making stuff up? Because it's really good. Like good storytelling, good. Like I don't know what to think on it. I don't know. I'm really very skeptical about anyone explaining anything like this. Like, I mean, my radar is like, this is all full of crap, you know. But I'd say, like, there's still like, mine is just like, man, that is kind of cool. How do we know that? And, like, you know what I mean?
I think you're actually the best kind of place. I'm afraid of being the kind of person that hears it says it's definitely he's definitely full of crap and basically close my mind off to that stuff. I'm afraid of being somebody who closes my mind off to things that's actually an early thread to a brilliant, to a future, to a fascinating solution to mystery. So, but in this case, I mean, I have so many red flags from a psychological perspective. That, but again, outside this particular individual, I do wonder if aliens consider that. I think aliens are everywhere. I think the universe is teeming with alien life. And it's very difficult for me to specifically given how life finds a way here on Earth, just everywhere. The entire history of life on Earth, from the very origin of life, it seems to be damn good at doing its thing and evolving to get better and better and better at doing its thing. Now, there could be some special aspects to the origin of life itself, which is completely not understood. So maybe the true magic is in the origin of life. Or it could be that there is some magical piece to eukaryotic cells, for example, that the universe, our galaxies, have life, but it's all bacteria. All human bacteria. Or exciting bacteria. No offense. But the no intelligent spacefaring civilization. I don't know. But if I were to guess, if I had all my money, there is spacefaring civilizations everywhere in the universe. And the fact that they're not been directly definitively observed confuses me. And I think it's a mystery. And if I were to suggest what the solution to that mystery is, there might be extremely different. We might be too dumb to detect them.
Yeah.
And so there I think you have to be minded at what would be key. Right. That's a very practical thing to be open-minded about. And practically speaking, if we were to be able to even detect them from a distance, get a techno signature of a distant planet, of a distant star system that has alien life. Honestly, one thing I kind of want to know is like, what's your propulsion system? How do we travel faster? Like, there's a bunch of details, probably, but first, let's get together.
Teach me how to go fast.
Go fast.
I like motorcycles. I like rocket sandwich. Yeah.
Yeah, like how, like, I'll show you mine if you show me yours. At the interstellar, intergalactic level. Yeah. Anyway, I just wonder. Maybe it's a cheat code in this video game called Life, but I want to use the cheat code to figure out what kind of propulsion systems are possible. It feels like other alien civilizations might help us, give us a guidance on that. Of course, even just discovering, boy, one of the things with the space program, like everything we're doing with Mars, like the secret thing, I'm really excited about. The romantic thing is human, but the secret thing is building giant stations on Mars that allow us to definitively, hopefully find traces of life that either currently doesn't live or has once lived on Mars. If that's the case, it means for sure life is everywhere. And then you're like once you know that, sorry to keep interrupting, I'm actually going to come up. It's supposed to be an interview, god damn it. All right, that just the knowledge that a form of can be fun, I think will open our minds completely to really, really hardcore push to colonize Mars, become a multiplanetary species. It'd be truly inspiring. You think that? Anyway,
Do you get nervous though that I'm here now? Don't you get nervous that we could make a spectacular discovery on Mars? Not only has there been life, there's actually like pretty advanced micro, or multicellular life, totally thriving in certain regions. We just hadn't at Mars when we just discovered that relatively large percentage of people simply didn't believe it. They think it's all 100% fake. and that they're just doing this to control us, and that blah blah blah. Like, we could make the most complete discovery in human life, like in all of human existence, that we're not alone in this universe. By, cellularly at least. Good percentage of people, I'm thinking 20, 30, in today's world, 40+% of people wouldn't even believe it exists. I feel it's a very important thing to think about, especially as an educator like yourself. I think the current cynicism to institutions and science is temporary. I think they're basically the internet woke up. The internet smells bullshit, and it looked at sorry, I'm not being ageist, but say older scientists. They looked at them and kind of said, "You're kind of full of shit. You got a lot of ego. You speak down to everybody. You're not very good at communicating. There's a lot of truth to what you're saying." And I think the young scientists will be much better at not being full of shit, authentic, and real, not treating people like they're children that can't possibly understand, like taking it really very seriously. That there's a lot of intelligent people out there that are curious, that are full of desire for knowledge, being transparent about all the uncertainties of the process, of the tensions, the conflicts, all of that. I think once we fix the science communication system, adapt it to the internet, I think that won't be an issue. I hope. I mean, that's why people like you are really. It's like they communicate with authenticity. But yeah, that's definitely something to think about. I mean, the early enlisted scientists too, like the Foster, it's like they're extremely skeptical. So definitely there'll be a lot of skepticism. And it depends what it looks like. It kind of looks like bacteria back on Earth. Yes. So it means contamination is very difficult to avoid in general. But if the thing looks like fundamentally different, you're like, all right, like totally different DNA, RNA. Like, this is not. We never observed this.
Yeah. And then you're like, all right. Of course. So that another promising thing that is difficult to be definitive about, but gets better and better direct imaging systems. There's now thousands of planets being discovered outside of our solar system. There's moons being discovered now, Earth-like planets being discovered. All of that, if we could do direct imaging of those planets more and more and more, there could be some gigantic. If there's like a type 2 civilization, we're gonna see that thing. It's gonna be producing a lot of. It's going to be radiating off energy. So possibility of detecting some of that. That's also a real possibility with something like James Webb telescope, those kind of efforts. That starts becoming a reality.
Read 80 years.
I am not. No.
You're going to like it is almost answering that like, how could they not see us? Almost where he could just is incredible. I don't want to spoil anything. It's just this sense that like we could have totally different perspectives and not even consider that it was our existence. Yeah, I don't want to spoil anything. It's really, really, really works.
Oh, you mean a different perspective? Because have different perspectives.
Yeah, like we just like it's this visual like someone can see an X-ray, etc. And just the way we even come to the same perspective, like looking and observing, is just so different fundamentally. And it's not quite like that. It's not like it's like, they're actually on the moon and we're like that. But it's such a unique and incredible story. I think what you're trying to do as science fiction. I can't say that much authority because it's just science fiction. So 0 authority. I really like Andy Weir's.
That sounds like I'm really worried about that. It sounds like I've done a lot of reading in my life, but like the science fiction is really weak on. I haven't really read much, and I just made more and more friends over the years recently that say that I absolutely must read these things.
Are you physically read? audio effects.
Okay, I do both. Yeah. Basically, I sadly can't go try it.
Yeah.
But when I run ads, I do both. I do about on a normal day, especially not when I'm really focused on reading. It's about 60 minutes of reading on a Kindle, and 1 to 2 hours because I run about 2 hours when I don't have like other stuff like the airport. So it's about 3 hours. So on average, I would say it's like 2 hours. Not many books are just they're a little slow. They can, especially for the classics, they can capture some magic with deep voice, usually with a British accent. I love it. I also read that a book on propulsion like 2 years ago. I remember, but I remember that was extremely difficult. Yeah, anyway, it was very difficult.
Oh, I see. I don't read. I listen while I'm on road for running. I have to do that too. So I swear there's probably 40 or like not 40, 8 minutes of we tried DMZ 15, 13, BM 412, RM and nitromethyl hydrazine for like I swear it's multiple minutes.
What is that for shit?
There's so many
Fucking bullshit.
I don't know.
Whoa, are you still there?
I literally audibly laughed out loud listening to it. I'm like, this is so ridiculous. I'm sure it makes sense for you, like listening to it. It's just hilarious. But it's great though.
What do you think of some of the challenges of long-term space travel?
Why are you kicking me out of this bitch? Fucking douches. Okay, we have nothing to do, so let's fuck with this guy.
And space periods of actually defects in the human body. You get the radiation for periods of months and years.
Yeah. I think realistically we have a really good what the effects are. And we actually have the solution for everything. It's just whether or not we can, like, for instance, one of the biggest challenges eventually, after your long-term space travel, is bone density loss, not gravity. You have issues with a handful of things, and artificial gravity is easy in terms of relatively easy in terms of space flight. You can have two vehicles just tethered together and just spinning, and give it enough distance, decent enough spin velocity, and you can get one relatively easy. Again, relatively easy, especially after talking about theoretical physics. That's easy stuff. We haven't done that yet, but there's no reason why we can't produce artificial gravity if we say that that's a big enough hurdle that we absolutely have to overcome this. Okay, cool. We'll just spin up two vehicles that are going to Mars, and people will have. But that's the thing is Mars. We'll say 6 months. You're there, then you're hanging out on Mars. You have 38% gravity, and then 6 months ish back. People live on the International Space Station at 6 month stints. We've had people for basically a year up on the International Space Station. It's not like it's not life altering. Yeah, you have a couple days of not being able to walk very well, and you do have some bone density loss and some other concerns. But again, it's solvable. And I think the first mission is to Mars. I think we'll probably do the trade. Is it worth it to land on Mars and have a crippled crew that can't even physically stand yet, for a day or two before they get their feet underneath them, or is it? Do we need to spin up 2 spacecraft or a tether and have? If you can't do it like Starship, even though it's 30 feet wide or 90 meters wide, if you spin it on that one axis, that's not enough space to get 1G without your feet and your head being at 2 different velocities. So you get really sick and it will always feel like you're falling. Your brain will tell you that you're falling constantly. But then again, okay, so this is a whole thing. And I don't know if we don't really have the data yet on going from 0G. We know the effects of that. We know the effects of 1G really well. It's our majority of our data set. But we don't really have much data on the long-term effects of 1/6 gravity on the moon, 38% gravity. Is 1/6 gravity actually enough to counteract 1/6? Is it like a linear thing? Is 38% gravity totally, 38% as bad as 1 or whatever? Is it 5 years down on the scale? So you don't need anywhere near 1 gravity to counteract the bulk majority of these problems. We can have 0.1 G, whatever is the right compromise of vehicle complexity and human biology and all these other effects. Like it's absolutely a solvable thing. It is,
and we figure something out through a lot more.
Yep.
One of this is back to my dating is one of the essential fundamental research questions is the dynamics and the details of how you have sex in space. Asking for a friend, of course. I mean, there literally is sort of work on this, right? Because like if you think about long-term space travel, I mean, sex is sort of like there's the recreational aspect of sex, but the most important aspect of sex for long-term space travel is procreation, and also the full biological cycle of that, the embryo, the development of the baby, the giving the birth, and all that kind of stuff. So like, there's a lot of really difficult problems of biology there to understand, and perhaps to solve some of that. Again, just like you said, some of that can be just solved with engineering outside of the human body by creating a computational field that, but maybe along the way you can figure out how to do it without doing it, costs and so on.
And radiation is the other thing. We know we have a really good data set on what radiation doses do to humans. We know we can measure radiation. We know approximate, and kind of give edge cases for Mars transient, getting to Mars and being on Mars. And the simple answer to that is like, at the end of the day, if we have to, dig into Mars or find a tunnel to live in, so you get some extra mass between you and cosmic radiation, so be it. That's the answer. None of these are like solvable problems. They're just things, hurdles you would have to overcome based on the risk exposure and posture.
Imagine being the first child, the first baby born outside of Earth. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, I would love to be alive to see that.
That'll be
I don't know if they'll. I don't know, because it's such a dangerous thing. It's so risky.
I think that can be.
You think so?
Yeah. I would like to think, if we're thinking future, sometime 30 to 50 years, I definitely think we could have full-time, like, permanent, major civilization. So, like what Blue Origin wants to develop, where they have a huge sphere, you're doing a lot of, especially heavy industry off of Earth without polluting Earth. That makes so much sense to me. I think we could live in a lifetime. We thought since the 50s and 60s that we were living in space like crazy. But at any given point, we're lucky to have 12 people in space today. But I really think in a lifetime, that's a
let me, because you mentioned Blue Origin, can we just lay out some of the competitors to SpaceX? So much of what we talked about is SpaceX, specifically because they're sort of pushing the boundaries of what's possible in commercial space flight. There's a lot of, like you said, incredible work being done with large companies and small companies, startups, and so on. So who are the competitors? ULA, Launch Alliance, Origin, Virgin,
I had that name correctly.
Galactic Orbit, Virgin Orbit. There's other Rocket Labs, Electronic that you mentioned.
All right. Do you like this guy? I think he sucks.
Yep. And there's the Epic space launch system from NASA, I guess that is.
technically NASA, but prime contractor Boeing or Lockheed, the boosters. Yep.
Right, so like what what's the layout plan?
What's my man's name?
Just in general, I think if you aren't reasonable vehicle, physically working on it, pen to paper, not beyond pen to paper, like bending metal for a reasonable vehicle, you're gone. You're toast. I think we're well into that. The only
trackers and ads
provable
11,000
way forward. The only way you're going to compete on the is the reusable rocket.
We should say to ourselves, why do we have? Why did we allow the internet to have 11,000
The list you pretty much have it right on the
dumb.
head. There's Astra was another.
Nobody likes that.
There's a lot of companies. I think right now the ones that I personally really believe in, Rocket Lab is awesome. I really think that they are company that I believe can actually build a Falcon 9 class rocket, like today with their technology, with their knowledge, with their investments, with their they've proven themselves. There's very few. They have actually made it. I think there's a lot of startups and a lot of new rockets. There's too many launch
Love this shit.
Right now, they won't all survive, of course. I think realistically, if you look at airplanes, how many airplane manufacturers? There's a handful of airplane manufacturers.
Dolce based.
Thousands of airplane manufacturers. I think it'll be a similar thing for spaceflight. I think we'll see
North American landscape.
Realistically,
This guy sucks, though. Any asshole should have said this shit would be rapping. This
The underground base believed to be situated near the town
I
of
think
Dulce,
in the long run, there'll be 2 or 3
modern
things.
day
I think it'll be 10 minor, like as far as launch providers, as far as the ones actually leaving Earth and getting into orbit. I just don't think there's a ton of room for individuality.
Yeah, I would love to see like a really serious competitor SpaceX. I don't know if you'll like quite the right.
I think let me say this: ULA has all of the potential, but just operationally, they're either Lockheed Martin and Boeing's like an child, but they're kind of set up in a far too traditional manner where they just really aren't given the opportunity to innovate like startups.
So Rocket Lab is a little more of that nature. What do you think about
bringing his patrol car to a halt? Gabriel Valdez stared out through the driver's side window at the dark mass lying not far from the side of the road, and then surged under his breath.
Very
For the briefest of moments,
so I guess the meat
he tried to convince himself that the most sensible course of action would be to simply drive on, away from this place, and to ignore what he had seen.
It doesn't matter because
And yet his curiosity urged him to exit the vehicle, to conduct a closer inspection.
You know memology's gonna kick you out. You know it.
With a heavy sigh,
Are you sure?
the patrolman used his radio to inform the dispatcher of his location before opening the driver's side door and making his way across the scrub. Deep down, he had known what he would find before he even reached the carcass. A cursory inspection confirmed that this cadaver had been left, just like the others he attended upon. A series of diamond-shaped indentations had been carved into various points of the hide, with several layers of skin having apparently been removed in a fashion.
You should definitely get to
The creature's eyes, nose, and tongue were all missing, despite there being no sign of any wildlife predation having taken place.
Getting really close to their first
It was almost certain that the reproductive organs would be absent, as well as a number of other key internal organs, all removed in what presented as a clean and sterile manner.
I think
As he stood regarding the lack of any tracks or disturbed foliage on the ground surrounding the animal's corpse, Valdez now became aware of the low rumble of an approaching vehicle.
So in terms of
looking up from the grisly scene, he caught sight of a 5-ton truck painted in army camouflage, heading along the highway towards him. The transport began to slow as it approached the point where he'd left his patrol car. Its occupants returning the questioning gaze he had offered as they passed, before it pulled away at greater speed. As he watched the dust cloud thrown upon its passing dissipate, Valdez found himself experiencing a whole host of emotions. Confusion, a small degree of fear, but most of all, he felt anger, directed towards those who claimed to the death of his creature, for the deaths of all the slain animals he had found in recent months, and the wider falsehood of their slaughter that he used to perpetuate.
No. But
The lie fabricated for one purpose and one purpose only.
I just think
to keep local residents away from the neighbouring mesa.
Assuming they can actually get
Fear
in
that
2 or
something
3 years, I
resided
think
there,
they're going to be
which neither
here to
he
stay.
nor any other
I
earthly
figured
power
this right now. I'm editing a video from an interview with Stoke
from.
Aerospace in Washington. It's just one of
The
these
town
companies
of
that
Dulce
they have
in New
long,
Mexico would not
they're
come
still
into existence
very-
until the
What
end
the
of
Their
the
lives are
19th
Yeah.
century,
in
when
terms
U.S.
of launch
authorities
vehicles right now,
ordered the
because
local
of-
Apache
so
tribe to
I
settle
think coming
itself
out of the
permanently in one
the idea
space.
they're working on.
The area's Native American population duly complied with this instruction, forming the Hickory Apache Reservation, around which the town would eventually be established.
Settings.
For the next century and a half, the inhabitants of this small backwater community would live their lives in relative peace, a short distance from the slopes of the adjoining Archuleta Mesa.
I can see them working. I can for sure.
There had always been tales of high strangeness associated with the region, from weird light anomalies witnessed in the night sky to Bigfoot-like creatures seen wandering the scrub. But by the late 1970s, the looming shadow cast by this towering mountain peak would begin to take on a sinister connotation, with the discovery of a series of bizarre cattle mutilations. Following several complaints by ranchers and farmers to the local police department, insisting that someone or something was slaughtering their livestock, an officer by the name of Gabriel Valdez was ordered to investigate the matter. But after visiting the affected properties, the investigator often returned to his superiors with far more questions than answers. Usually, only one animal in the herd group targeted had been affected, and it had been dispatched in a manner which seemed to discount the involvement of any natural predator. Although key sensory and internal organs had been removed from the carcasses, there were never any indications that the flesh had been consumed by a potential attacker. In fact, these bodies would remain untouched by scavengers for weeks after the event, a phenomenon previously unheard of within this harsh and unrelenting environment. The report submitted by Officer Valdez also highlighted the lack of disturbance in the soft and sandy ground surrounding the remains, offering no hint as to who or what was responsible. Due to the discovery of shattered bones in some cases, his suggestion that the bodies had been dropped from a great height was something he would go on to be questioned over at some length. It soon became apparent to his superiors that Officer Valdez had no fixed agenda and was not promoting any theory in particular regarding the deaths of these animals. Instead, his report simply documented everything he had encountered during his investigation and demonstrated that he had discounted all of the most obvious explanations for death. But situations would soon unfold, setting in motion a chain of events which would quash any hopes the investigator might have had in maintaining a calm and rational assessment of the incidents plaguing the community.
And then there's all the stuff that we know.
During the summer of 1986, a resident named Jerry Julian approached the local police department to report that someone had attempted to abduct her from her home while she was sleeping.
Military applications in general.
Julian explained to the attending officers that the evening prior, she and her husband had driven out in their flatbed truck to the slopes of the Archuleta Mesa to do a bit of stargazing.
One is that
After a short time, Julian's attention had been drawn to one star in particular, which seemed to be moving through the night sky. As she and her husband looked on in wonder, the celestial body in question suddenly began to descend from the heavens, landing on the ground a short distance away. Gradually, the bright light before them began to diminish, revealing a metallic structure from which a small set of steps descended. Two small figures then slowly made their way down the metallic walkway before they set off on foot in the direction of the married couple. With a frightened cry, Julian's husband had grabbed her by the shoulders, bundled her into his pickup, and frantically attempted to start the engine. She continued to stare back in terror at the two squat figures slowly advancing upon the vehicle as the engine repeatedly failed to turn over. It was only when the strangers were mere meters away from the rear of the truck, reaching out as if to take hold of it, that the motor suddenly fired into life and allowed the couple to escape.
Heard a second one is coming out. So
Later that night, having decided not to report the matter, the couple had gone to bed, only for Julian to awaken in the early hours of the morning due to a strange tugging sensation.
Why should I play this game?
Looking down towards the bottom of her bed, she could see two shadowy figures, identical to those she had witnessed emerging from the strange craft
fucking bullshit?
It's like
Suddenly realizing she could feel her sheets being pulled off the bed to expose her lower body, Julian attempted to scream, but nothing more than a hoarse and raspy sound emerged from her mouth.
2014.
This quiet whimper, however, had been sufficient to awaken her sleeping husband, at which the two figures immediately vanished. When questioned further by federal agents who had been tasked with attending the incident, Julian claimed the existence of these entities was common knowledge amongst the native community. She even went as far to describe a large hole bored deep into the mountain face, hidden away much further up the slopes of the mesa, which she claimed the creatures used to access the surface.
Actually, the first videos I ever uploaded.
Around the same time that the investigators were taking Julian's statement, separate claims of a possible alien base concealed beneath the Archuleta Mesa were being directed towards the local authorities. Security staff at the Kirtland Air Force Base began to receive a string of detailed allegations from a local businessman, stating that he had documented mysterious activity both above and below the mountain chain. Paul Benowitz was already well known to the senior officers at the base. Following reports he had submitted to them of strange lights in the sky above his home in the Four Valleys district of Albuquerque.
I love that part.
He now claimed that in addition to the lights he had filmed, he had intercepted mysterious energy objects and radio transmissions, and that these were emanating from beneath.
Whatevs, dog.
The businessman had also
Shit happens when you're partying naked.
across the mountains
Life in a big city.
aircraft, photographing anything he deemed out of the ordinary.
Their curiosity going.
Invited onto the base to speak in person,
It was awesome. Like,
he showed them photos of what he believed to be paths and doorways cut into the rock, miles away from any existing road or highway. He drew maps of alleged airbends and access points, and cited interviews he had conducted with the owners of mutilated cattle and locals who claimed to have been abducted in the vicinity of the mesa. But the more detail that the impassioned Benowitz chose to add to this ad hoc briefing, the less credibility he was extended by his audience. He began to panic, citing discussions with shadowy government agents, claiming that the extraterrestrials living below the mountain were one of 3 separate species who visited Earth. But it was the assertion that the whole floor of the alleged alien base contained vats filled with human organs and body parts harvested by the alien visitors, which saw them ridiculed and finally escorted off the base. Shortly after this, as the businessman's mental health and coherence continued to deteriorate, he suffered a nervous breakdown. On the advice of doctors, his family applied to have him admitted to a psychiatric facility in 1988, seemingly removing any shred of credibility his initial reports to the military may have contained. But perhaps the most amazing aspect of the stories told by Paul Benowitz is that they are by no means the only such detailed allegations of a secret base concealed beneath the town of Dulce.
Oh man.
During the mid-1990s, a former Air Force technician by the name of Thomas Costello went public, confirming that there was indeed a hidden facility underneath the Archuleta Mesa. More incredible still was that Costello claimed that this was not an extraterrestrial base, but
3 or
one
4 years ago, that
constructed
was
by the
actually,
United States government,
manageable for me
where
to keep up with.
aliens and human
These days,
scientists work
man,
together on genetic
I
experiments.
just can't keep up with it. I gave up on trying.
Costello related how he had been a U.S.
maybe
Air Force
my
photographer
biggest
based at
talent and the
Nellis in
things
Las
that
Vegas,
resonate most with
but
people
in the early
is just trying to
1970s
explain the
had
basics
been
of it.
transferred to the secret Dulce base in New Mexico.
I'm trying
Whilst
to do
there,
less live
he was
streams if I can,
responsible
but
for
then again, that's
maintaining
structure
the
my content.
facility's extensive
There's no way I'm
surveillance
not gonna do
network,
that. But I'm really
and
just
for
trying to get back to
documenting some of the work being
deep dive
conducted in the
videos where I have no
laboratories.
limit on how long and how deep.
Costello even went as far as to offer photographic evidence
Yeah,
with
because
his
it's
testimony of what he
aside,
purported to be some
those are
form of
just works
alien
of genius.
hybrid
They're
suspended
better
in a
than-
vat of fluid in
that's,
one of the labs.
that
But barely had
in
journalists
terms of the
time to
beautiful things
digest
you
his
can create
claims
as
that
well,
the
is
Dulce
that.
base
So,
was just
like,
one
you
of
can
many
do,
such
especially
facilities
with
linked by a
space
vast
drives
underground railroad
right?
network
That your voice is very
before
much
he
needed. So
disappeared
I
from
think it's
public
wise
view altogether.
to do what you do best.
And I think
However,
I'm feeling more.
his claims would later resurface when a further whistleblower came forward, this time from within the ranks of the Dulce Police Department itself.
Major, big live streams.
Former reservation police detective named Avery Tafoya,
who
who had been researching the testimony of Jerry Julian,
and that's
related
ideally,
how he had
honestly,
stumbled
if I
across
had
the
my
report
choice
written by
things, I would
federal
just
investigators
ignore everything
assigned to
else
the
and just
case.
sit
To his amazement,
in my house for a year
in
and just
addition to the events described by the
videos
victim,
and go and travel.
they had included detailed drawings of a
Like, not
sprawling
for
military
space stuff.
facility,
Just go
exactly
and
where Julian claimed the
like
hidden
travel,
opening in
you
the
know, so
mountain was
Like around the
situated.
room.
The drawings
like travel.
depicted that the base had 7 different
What
levels,
advice
including
give to young
accommodation
folks,
blocks,
or
storage
just folks
facilities, and
struggling to
laboratories.
their way in life?
It was also
whether they're in high school,
serviced by an
college, or
underground
whatever,
train network
have
similar
a
to
life
that
they can be
alleged by
proud of,
Thomas Costello.
type of career they can be proud of. You've had a
Armed with this
really interesting journey
information,
yourself.
Tafoya stated
What
that
from
he had
that
made a
can you
number of
draw?
attempts to climb the mountain
Good
and see the
advice,
facility for himself,
To be honest, like I feel
only
like
to be defeated
it's
by adverse conditions
painfully
on each and
obvious
every
to follow your
occasion.
heart and follow like, what makes you
Not to
happy.
be
And I'm just
deterred,
shocked that people
he had then
allow
used a thermal
themselves
camera to document
to sit
strange
on, like,
apertures and
mediocrity.
vents built
Just sit
into
there
the
and be
rock
like,
of the
well, this is just
mountain,
what I do. You know,
and
something
record
like,
sounded
a lot of
like
people, that's
large
perfectly
machines
fine.
being operated
Some of my best friends
beneath
are
the slopes.
clocking in and out. They're perfectly happy, a wonderful life. Absolutely no judgment there, of course.
Over the years,
But
the United States
for people
military
that are
has gone
stuck
to
feeling
great
like they're
lengths in denying that
not sure
Dulce
of, you know,
Base
what's
exists,
next and how to
or that it's
bring
part
light
of a
in their world,
network of hidden
you really just gotta
underground
listen to like, what
facilities.
does make you happy. You know, people feel
And it would
guilty
seem that
about
part of their strategy to do so
then start
has
learning
involved
how
a
to make a
concerted
video.
effort to undermine
Learn
the
how to do reviews of
credibility of
video
those
games. I mean,
making claims. The
there's so
background
many
of
you
Thomas
can work in
Costello
the video game
remains
industry.
shrouded in
You don't have to
uncertainty,
isolate your
with
life
attempts to
from your
locate
work.
and review
But
his military
it's
service
just funny
record seeming to
that
suggest he never existed.
maybe
Photographs
you feel
associated
drink
with
too
his
much.
testimony
Okay,
have proven to be forgeries,
go
and no
learn how
formal
to
interview with
make
him
alcohol.
has ever been
Yeah, start a
unearthed.
liquor company.
Yeah, start a liquor company.
Members of the intelligence community have also come forward and admitted to deliberately feeding false information to Paul Benowitz.
Some of his
It is alleged that having become uncomfortable with his obsession and surveillance of the secure Manzano weapons storage complex, the Air Force invented the fictional Dulce base in order to distract businessmen. They even claim to have placed machinery and fake air vents on the Archlex base for him to photograph, in order to convince him that a base existed there and draw him away from genuine military facilities. Gabriel Valdez himself has always refused to believe stories of a base at the Mesa, extraterrestrial or otherwise. Prior to his death in 2011, the former police officer told his son that he believed it was humans who had mutilated the captain in the town and not aliens.
Early college, I wanted to be a prosthetic
He
engineer.
cited secretive nuclear testing in and
Never
around New
once did I
Mexico
think about
during the
Anything
1960s,
rockets, really.
claiming
I
samples
had
had
like
secretly been
I had
removed from
like a
local
space shuttle
cattle
poster. I had some
to
space shuttle
test for
Legos.
radiation
I
poisoning.
liked space and I knew of the space shuttle, but
There are
Is it
equally detailed
far down the
cases
list as
both
far
for
as
and against the
things that
existence of a base beneath the Archlex
Ninja
Mesa, and the
Lamborghini
secretive
Countach,
work which is allegedly being
P-17G,
conducted
Flying
there.
Fortress.
Yeah, I guess that
With so many stories,
your
it is
heart
difficult
open,
to know
fall in
which
love with
sources
an
to
idea with
trust.
passion. Yeah.
It is not beyond all possibility that the US government is in possession of secret underground military bases, constructed well away from prying eyes. At the same time, some of the claims attached to them seem so outlandish that they push any notion of their existence towards ridicule.
It seems like
However,
you stating that you're not
throughout
interested
this episode, we have deliberately avoided the most detailed and impassioned evidence of such an underground structure at Dulce. That of a man who claimed he was a former worker of the secretive site and had survived a horrifying battle unfolding between human and extraterrestrial forces during the excavation of what would become the eventual facility there. Join us next week as we examine the testimony of one Phil Schneider.
It's just an inspiration you to watch. Thank you for being you. Thank you for doing the stuff you're doing. I can't wait to see what you do next. Thank you so much for talking with me today.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Tim Dodd. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words from H.G. Wells. Life, forever dying to be born afresh, forever young and eager, will presently stand upon this earth as upon a footstool, stretched out, its round as the stars. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
I think it's actually not that hard to imagine we are the only civilization in the galaxy right now. Yeah, this could be extant. But there may be very many extinct civilizations. If each civilization has a typical lifetime comparable to, let's say, AI is the demise of our own, there's only a few hundred years of technological development, maybe 10,000 years if you go back to the Industrial Revolution, the dawn of agriculture. Hardly anything in cosmic time scale. That's nothing. It's a blink of an eye. And so it's not surprising at all that we happen to coexist with anyone else. But that doesn't mean nobody else was ever here. And if other civilizations come to that same conclusion, realization, maybe they scan out the galaxy around them, they find any evidence for intelligence, then they have two options. They can either give up communication and just say, well, it's never going to happen. We just may as well just worry about what's happening here and there on that. Or they could attempt communication through time.
The following is a
In
conversation
our previous episode, we examined reports from various individuals who stated that there is a secret facility buried deep beneath the New Mexico town of Dulce. But we deliberately avoided the testimony of one man, who is arguably the most controversial figure in the allegations surrounding the possible existence of Dulce Base, a man who claimed he was the survivor of the war in Mesa.
This is the Lex Cleveland podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, your friends, here's David. Your research at Columbia is part focused on what you call cool worlds, or worlds outside our solar system where temperature is sufficiently cool to allow for moons, rings, and life to form, or else it needs to disturb it. So, can you tell me more about this idea, this cool world?
Yeah, the history of discovering planets outside our solar system is really dominated by these hot planets. And that's just because of the fact they're easy to find. When the very first methods came online, these were the Doppler spectroscopy method, looking for wobbling stars, and also the transit method.
Having sought shelter behind an equipment crate of sufficient size, the lieutenant now tried to take stock of the situation.
Hot planets are interesting. The chemistry in their atmosphere
At
is
least 3
fascinating.
members of his platoon were gone, their bodies charred beyond all recognition, following exposure to the horrific weaponry employed by their opponents.
And so they have really bizarre
Despite this,
photometric properties.
they had managed to push the enemy force deeper into the facility, as they had been ordered to do so. And if they could just secure the stairway in front of them, the mission would be a success.
machinery of this universe.
Waving across the corridor, where two more of his team members were sheltering behind another crate, he began to issue a series of orders using hand signals. Later, the pair were up on their feet and heading towards the looming wooden door, each tightly clutching satchel charge. Their intentions clear. But before they could reach their objective, the door suddenly sprung wide open. A skeletal figure materialized from the darkness within, followed by a terrifying bright blue energy discharge from its weapon.
So they're the ones that lurk.
The two soldiers did not even have time to cry out, as their bodies were engulfed in a ball of brilliant blue flame. Almost immediately, an infantryman further down the corridor, operating the platoon's M60 heavy machine gun, opened fire, shredding the attacker with a steady hail of gunfire. More soldiers then ran forwards, snatching up the discarded satchel charges and priming them before hurling them in through the open doorway. There was an enormous explosion, immediately followed by a shower of dust and debris as the stairwell caved in, preventing their enemy from accessing this floor or any others which lay above them. Leaving two of his men to cover the collapsed structure, the lieutenant and the remainder of his platoon made their way back up through the facility towards the main loading area. But upon his arrival, he was shocked to see that further army trucks had arrived, discharging several more squads of soldiers wearing black uniforms, who hurried towards the corridors from which he and his men had just emerged. Turning to his commanding officer, he abruptly inquired as to what was taking place, who this unit were, and why they were now heading underground towards the lower levels. Curtly dismissed, he and his fellow Navy SEALs could only watch on as the mysterious soldiers continued to head deeper into the base, where so many US soldiers had already lost their lives in an effort to contain the marauding extraterrestrial threat. During the summer of 1995, Phil Schneider gave a series of lectures across the United States, in which he went to great pains to highlight to his audience the dangers of what he was doing. He spoke of the murder of his close friend, which he alleged had been made to look like a suicide. Then he related various attempts on his own life and threats to harm his family in an effort to stop him from sharing confidential military secrets with the public.
Just to clarify,
but Schneider explained that his love for his country superseded any thoughts for his personal safety,
and what it is,
that the American people had a right to know the potential dangers which their government was hiding from them.
Just a tiny bit.
He would open his talks by explaining how he came from a family of public servants, how his father had been a military officer who worked on the Manhattan Project. Then he would reveal to those present the fingers missing from his left hand, relating how he had lost them whilst fighting to regain control of a secret military installation from extraterrestrial attackers.
Basically,
Schneider would hold up bizarre-looking metals and minerals, claiming that they were products of experiments which had been kept hidden from the American people. He would then explain in great detail how there was a vast network of underground military bases beneath the surface of North America, linked together by miles and miles of magnetic train tracks. Finally, he would close his lectures by saying that when his time came, just like his friend, his murder would be made to look like a suicide, reiterating that he had no wish to end his own life.
There's absolutely no chance.
Less than a year later, the impassioned public speaker would indeed be found dead in his apartment. His death, perhaps unsurprisingly to anybody who had ever heard him speak, ultimately being ruled a suicide.
You need a different kind of telescope for that direct imaging.
Much as the former Air Force Sergeant Thomas Costello had done before him, Phil Schneider told anyone who would give him the time that there was a military base deep beneath the Archuleta Mesa. But unlike the enigmatic Costello, Schneider chose to deliver his evidence in a far more public manner, speaking openly to roomfuls of interested people and fielding any questions they might have concerning his account. He described how, since the end of the Second World War, the United States government had been building a vast network of underground bases around the country. Schneider explained that, to his knowledge, there were 129 deep underground military bases, or DUMBs, hidden beneath the plains, mesas, and mountain ranges of North America. 9 of these were clustered in close proximity to one another, located in and around Groom Lake, near the infamous Area 51 testing facility in Nevada. All of these bases were linked by a seemingly endless series of tunnels, which housed the maglev train line, allowing workers to travel between the locations at speeds of up to Mach 2.
And looking,
as he stood, summarized how these tunnels had been created and how each of the secret bases had been constructed, audiences found themselves visibly impressed by the level of technical detail Schneider used.
And that's the only sign we
having listed his credentials as a geologist and structural engineer, he related how he had been brought onto the project to assist with the complicated advanced construction methods being used. The maglev tunnels had not been drilled or blasted through the ground, but had instead been created using laser technology that vitrified and melted its way through the previously impenetrable rock. In order to create each base, 4 gaping holes were bored deep into the earth. Each separate floor was then blasted out of the rock before being linked up to these 4 gigantic corner shafts. And it was amidst the construction of one facility in New Mexico during the late 1970s that Phil Schneider became an unwitting participant in what would become known as the Dulce Rule.
It's a very exciting system. For example, TRAPPIST-1.
Schneider maintained that in August of 1979, construction on the Dulce base had begun to fall behind schedule due to issues relating to the drilling of one of the corner columns. The facility was being tunneled out beneath the southwest corner of the Archuleta Mesa, and every time the drilling teams had attempted to pass a certain depth, they found that their machinery was mysteriously failing. In an effort to discover what was frustrating the drilling operation, Schneider and a Green Beret bodyguard had been lowered into the incomplete shaft via a crane. But as soon as he stepped out of the crane basket into what appeared to be a pre-existing cave network, he had instantly realized that something was very wrong. There was a bitter and unnatural stench in the air, as the drilling operation had now allowed ancient gases to escape from the void beneath, along with a mysterious and sooty residue on the unusually smooth walls of the caves. It was at this point that a tall and slender grey figure had suddenly stepped out of the shadows in front of him, carrying what appeared to be a weapon of some description. Utterly terrified by this creature's unearthly and intimidating appearance, Schneider had used his sidearm to kill it, only for 2 more to then emerge out of the darkness behind. Backing towards the crane basket and firing wildly, the engineer had managed to fell one of the pair, only for the other to then use its own weapon upon him in retaliation. Schneider was instantly consumed by an eerie blue light, and felt a huge jolt of electricity burst through his body, which had sent him crashing to the cave floor. When he came to, he found himself being bundled into the crane basket by the Green Beret, who then turned and engaged more of the creatures, as the basket began to ascend without him. Upon his return to the surface, the doctors who treated Schneider found severe damage to both his left hand and foot, with several fingers and toes missing. After he had explained to his superiors what had taken place, He was removed from the project,
classically,
but later discovered that construction had continued despite its encounter.
byproduct of photosynthesis on this planet.
For the next year,
Always have it.
it was alleged that battles beneath the Mesa ensued as US Special Forces clashed with alien interlopers who appeared intent on frustrating the construction of the base.
And so that oxygen,
Schneider claims that in total, 66 soldiers and countless extraterrestrials lost their lives before an uneasy peace was finally formed between the two opposing sides. He went on to allege that the aliens who had been residing beneath the Mesa worked with humans ever since, creating numerous scientific breakthroughs which had gone on to assist mankind.
And then we start to realize that it's not so simple.
Throughout 1995, Schneider continued to tour the United States, giving talks in which he listed numerous other alleged conspiracies, alongside the revelations of deep underground military bases. Over the course of these lectures, however, it soon became apparent that the former engineer was beginning to struggle with what he had started. He described how he had been involved in a shootout with federal agents, killing one in self-defense, and how an attempt had been made to kidnap his daughter in a bid to force her to stop delivering his lectures. Then, in January of 1996, 2 months after his final speech in Denver, federal agents arrived at the home of Schneider's ex-wife, Cynthia.
So we've been trying to generalize.
They explained how Phil had been found dead in his apartment in Wilsonville, having apparently decided to take his own life. The agents went on to conduct a search at Cynthia's house, removing any notes or materials relating to Phil and his lectures before then leaving. The circumstances surrounding Schneider's death always raised questions about the speed with which the authorities moved to attribute it to suicide. Phil's body had been found slumped between his bed and wheelchair, with a rubber catheter hose having been wrapped around his neck times and tied off with a knot. Both his feet were wedged hard into the bed, with his head resting in the seat of the wheelchair at an angle that would not appear to have been easy or natural for him to achieve. There were traces of blood on the floor near the arm, but no injuries or wounds were found on the body itself to suggest where this came from. When the family later asked if suicide note had been discovered, they were told that all the papers seized from the address had now inexplicably gone missing from a police storage facility. Subsequent requests for additional toxicology testing on Schneider's remains were refused on the grounds of adverse costs, considering the cause of death had already been determined. Further and more adamant demands for these tests would also be refused, because the samples had apparently been destroyed by the laboratory that had been storing them. One detective who later spoke privately with the family stated that with the missing fingers on Schneider's left hand, it would have been almost impossible for him to have tied off the catheter himself. When the officer in question shared these concerns with his superiors, he had been ordered to keep his observations to himself before then being reassigned to a different case. It appears that even in death, Phil Schneider is continuing to raise awkward and uneasy questions for those in positions of authority. When taken in context of the many accounts which already exist regarding the possible underground base at Dulce, the testimony of Phil Schneider appears to be compelling.
And Mars is certainly
Many of the experimental compounds and construction techniques he listed during the course of his lectures were mere concepts during the late 20th century, but have gone on to become commonplace in modern building work. His descriptions of the base layout and the functions of each of the 7 levels were also very similar to those offered by other witnesses, people whom he'd never met or associated with. Yet, even the lightest touch of scrutiny has shown his accounts to be marred by falsehoods and inaccuracies, which make it difficult to take some of his claims seriously.
dig under to find the
He made repeated assertions that his father, Otto Oscar Schneider, was a German U-boat captain who had been captured by the US Navy and then turned against the Nazi regime. Yet a cursory search of both German and American wartime records shows this to be an apparent fabrication, with Otto having been born in San Francisco in January of 1906. Similarly, his claims that the original attack on the World Trade Center involved the use of tactical nuclear weapons and that the occupants of Waco Ranch had been murdered using chemical weapons have apparently been debunked. These revelations would appear to suggest that Phil Schneider was an individual prone to exaggeration, sometimes verging on the edge of delusion. But if this was the case, then where did he sustain his life-changing injuries? And what happens to missing samples and notes he brought with him to his lectures? Why is there so much evidence that he was silenced by unknown persons, and efforts made to present his murder as a suicide? Schneider's detractors argue that he was not a well man, and merely alleged testimony of Thomas Costello, using it to conjure up a fantastical backstory of his own. To his supporters, the inconsistencies in his account are explained away as the US government rewriting his family history, designed specifically to undermine Schneider's credibility and keep prying eyes away from the same base. They point to the same methods used against Bob Lazar and his removal from college employment records as an example of the lengths the US government will go to cover up such revelations. With the advent of the internet, each passing year sees more information on classified military projects slowly creeping into the public domain. It is therefore entirely possible that at some future point, evidence proving the existence of deep underground military bases will finally materialize. Or it may be advances in technology enable investigators to finally disprove the existence of such facilities once and for all. For now, at least, it seems there is a lot more digging to be done.
What do you mean you don't even need these samples these days? You can just like a little micrometry to the experiments in situ and then just send them back the data. And so I don't think this is necessary, especially for a case like that, that you have to bring samples back. Although probably if you brought back your sushi, it would probably sell quite a bit with sushi.
I would love from an engineering perspective just to see all the different candidates and designs for like the scooper for Venus and the scooper for Europa and Mars. I really look deeply into how they actually, I think the actual engineering of that's the engineering of that is probably such a either destroyed life or polluting it without all high costs. Then that's a good engineering job. I usually brokers and stuff. Sort of the mobility aspect of it, the perception, and the planning. There's probably the scoopers, where the action is microscopic sample collection. So basically, you have to first clean your vehicle, make sure there's not any earth-like things on it, and then you have to put it into some kind of thing that's perfectly safe for the environment. So when we bring it back, we analyze it. It's not it's like to bring anything else. Yeah, I don't know. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, curiosity has been leaving these little pods on the surface. I recently made some photos you can find online, and it kind of looked like a light. But yeah, to me, I think it's like this book is your life. Like, don't lose your curiosity. It's just dumping these little files into that. It is scooping up these things, and the intention is that in the future there will be a sample which I mentioned will come and pick these up. But it's, I mean, the engineering behind those things is very impressive. The thing that blows me away the most has been the landings, especially trains to be a pilot at the moment. So that's watching landings has become like my pet hobby on YouTube at the moment. How not to do it, how to do it, conditions and things. But with when we think about landing on Mars, just the light travel time effect means that there's no possibility of human controlling that descent. And so you have to put all of your faith and your trust in the computer code or the AI, whatever it is, thing to make it a correct descent. And so there's this famous period called 7 minutes of hell, where you're basically waiting for that light travel time to come back to know whether your vehicle was successfully on the surface. And during that period, you know in your mind something that is doing these stages of deploying its parachute, deploying the crane, activating its jets to come down, and controlling its descent to the surface, and then the crane has to fly away so it's over. And so there's a series of stage points where anything could go wrong, and the whole mission could go right. And so the fact that we are very consistently able to build these machines that can do this autonomously is, to me, one of the most impressive exhibition in this century.
Yes, the unfortunate fact of this is the takeoff is easier than the landing.
Yes.
And you mentioned Starship. One incredible engineering piece you get to see is reusable rockets that take off but they land. Using control, and they do so perfectly, and sometimes it's synchronous. It's just it's beautiful to see. And then with Starship, you see the top things that catch the ship. And there's just so much incredible engineering. But you mentioned Starship is somehow helpful here. So what's your hope with Starship? What kind of size enable?
It's two things. I mean, it's the launch cost itself, which is hopefully going to be kilograms, and dramatically reduce the cost. But it's the sort of, so even if it's a factor of 10 higher than what we originally priced, this is going to be revolutionary for the cost of launch. That means you could do all sorts of things. You could launch large telescopes, which could be basically like JWST, but you don't even have to hold them. JWST had this whole design that it's 6.5 meters across, and so you have to, there's no fuselage which is that large at the time. There is almost measurement for that. And so they have to fold it up into this kind of complicated origami. And so a large part of the cost was figuring out how to fold it up, testing that it would fold it correctly, heated testing, and there's something like 130 fail points or something during some folding mechanism. And so all of us were holding our breath during the process. But if you have the ability to just launch arbitrarily large masses, comparatively compared to JWST, and very large mirrors into space, you can more or less repurpose ground-based mirrors. The Hubble Space Telescope mirror and JWST mirrors are designed to be extremely lightweight, and that increase their cost significantly. They have this kind of honeycomb design on the back to try and minimize the weight. If you don't really care about weight because it's so cheap, then you could just literally grab many of the existing ground-based mirrors across telescopes, across 4 meter, 5 meter mirrors, and just pretty much attach them to a chassis and have your own space-based telescope. Having the Breakthrough Foundation is an entity that has been interested in doing this sort of thing. And so that raises the prospects of having not just one WST, that just, WST is a fantastic resource, but it's split between cosmologists, star formation, astronomers, those who are studying exoplanets, those who are studying ultra deep fields and the origin of the first galaxies, the expansion of the universe. Everyone has to share this resource, but we could potentially each have one JWST each that's maybe just studying a handful of the brightest exoplanet stars and measuring their atmospheres. This is important because if you, we talked about this planet Trappist earlier, that planet, if JWST stared at it and tried to look for light signatures, by which I mean oxygen, nitrous oxide, methane, it would take it of order of 200 transits to get even a very marginal 2.5 sigma detection of those, which basically nobody would with that. And 100 transits, I mean, this thing every 6 days, you're talking about 4 years of staring at the star with one telescope. To be some pretty hard to get much else because you have to continuously catch each of these transits to build up your signal to noise. And so JWST is never going to do that. In principle, technically, JWST could would technically have the capability of just about detecting a signature on an Earth-like planet around a Nelson-like star, but still, impressively, we have basic intelligence to do that. But we simply cannot dedicate all of its time practically to that reason. So Starship opens up opportunities for mass producing these kinds of telescopes, which will allow us to survey the life in the universe, which of course is one of the grand goals of astronomy.
I wonder if you can speak to the bureaucracy, the political battles, scientific battles for time. There must be a fascinating process of sketching that. All scientists are trying to collaborate, figure out what the problems are. And there's an interesting network of interfering scientific experiments, probably.
It's a really difficult process. I envy the fact that I have to make this decision. We call it the time allocation committee that make this decision. And I've served in these before. It's very difficult. I mean, typically with Hubble, we receive at least 10, sometimes 20 times the number of proposals for telescope time versus available telescope time. For JWST, there has been one call already, which has gone up. We call it cycle 1, and that was oversubscribed by, I think, 6 to 1, 7 to 1. And the cycle 2, which is just been announced fairly recently, and the deadline is actually in this week. So my team is totally laser focused on running out proposals right now. That is expected to be much more competitive, probably more comfortable. And so it's hard, more competitive than the second one. So that's already so I said the first cycle was about 6 to 1, and this is probably more like 20 to 1.
So these are all proposals by scientists. Like, you can schedule it any time. Give transit times.
You have a time.
Yes, time for development, and they're conflicting in non-obvious ways because the frequency is different, the duration is different. It's probably computational needs. They're different. The type of sensors, the direction pointing.
Yeah, it's hard. And there is some programs like a deep field study where you just more or less point the telescope, and that's pretty open. I mean, you're just that patch of the sky whenever the telescope's not doing anything else, and just get to your, let's say, integration time because you're going for the lifetime JWST. So that's maybe easy to schedule. It's harder, especially for us in because, as I said earlier, these plants transit very infrequently. So we have to wait for the transiting the sun, and even watching this, they would only get one opportunity to do that observation. The transit lasts for about 12 hours, and so they don't get that time. It's hard for you. That's it. If it conflicts with another proposal that wants to use their time, it's much easier for planets like these hot planets with some planets because they transit so frequently. There's maybe 100 opportunities, and so then the planet can say, okay, they want 10 transits. There's 100 opportunities here. It's easier for us to get the time. We're almost in the worst case scenario. We're proposing to cool planets, and so we really only have one of the cherry peak. And so our sales pitch has been these are extremely precious events, and more importantly, JWST is the only telescope, the only machine mounting it's ever constructed, which is capable of finding moons that came to the moon's night solar system. Kepler can't do it, even Hubble can't do it. JWST is the first one. And so there is because we know they're all over the place. So you have the moon, you have Io, Callisto, Europa, Ganymede, Titan, lots of things are fairly similar size, 30% the size of the Earth. And this telescope is the first one that can find it. And so we're very excited about the application. So ultimately solving this journey we're on in astronomy, which is to understand we want to understand how common is the solar system, how the way the architecture that frequently emerges naturally, or is there something special about what happened?
I think this is not the worst case. The best case is obvious. It's super rare. So you have to, I wouldn't get this schedule. It's my background. So algorithmically solve schedule problem. I will schedule the rarest things first. And obviously, this is the JWST is the first thing that can actually detect the real world. So this is a big new thing. You can show off that new thing. Happens rarely. Perfect. You should be the top. Yes, the OCD part is the computational aspect of the scheduling computing device, because you have that kind of scheduling on supercomputers. That scheduling problem is fascinating. How do you prioritize computation? How do you prioritize science, data collection, sample collection, all that kind of stuff? It's actually kind of fascinating because data, don't expect a lot solutions to some fascinating mysteries. So collecting the data and doing so in a way that maximizes the possibility of discoveries. Like from a computational perspective, maximum science per minute time exact value of the scope. That's the hack's job. But the attacker are not machines, they're not a piece of computer code. They will make their selections based on human judgment. And one of the telescopes is certainly within the field of exoplanets, because it's different from astronomy, but within the field of exoplanets, a good expectation is that most will go towards the atmosphere, which is similar to earlier, detecting molecules in the atmospheres. Not biosignatures, because that's it's really not designed to do that. It's pushing literacy too far to expect it to do that. But it could detect, for example, a carbon dioxide rich atmosphere. That's not a biosignature, but you could prove it's like a Venus in that case, or maybe like a Mars in that case, like both those have carbon dioxide rich atmospheres. Doesn't prove or disprove the existence of life either way, but it is our first characterization of the nature of those atmospheres. Maybe we can tell the pressure level and the temperature of those atmospheres. So that's very exciting. But we are competing with that. I think that's completely mind-blowing, fantastic. We have a completely different objective, which is to try and look at these movements around these planets. Potentially, we have to, of course, I think it's a very exciting goal. But attack has to make a huge essentially about which science are they most excited by, which one has the highest promise of return, the highest chance of return. And so that's hard, because if you look at the planetary atmosphere, well, you know most times atmosphere already, and so there's almost a guaranteed success that you're going to learn something about the atmosphere. Whereas in our case, there's a hard sell. We are looking for something that we do not know for sure exists yet, and so we are pushing the telescope to do something which is inherently more risky. Yeah, but the existence is shown already gives a deep lesson about what's out there in the universe. I mean, that other stars have types of variety as we have in our cosmos. They have an IO that and so on, which means like there's a lot of possibility. Icy planets, water, planets that equal planets. I mean, that's super exciting. That means everywhere through our galaxy, yeah, there's just innumerable possibilities for weird creatures.
I mean, NASA has been on this for a long time, and it's what it's frequency of Earth-like planets in the universe. How common are planets and Earth in terms of ultimately, we'd like to know everything about these planets in terms of the amount of water they have and the atmosphere. For now, it's kind of focused just on the size and the distance from the stuff. Essentially, how often do you get some additional stuff? That was Kepler's primary mission, and it really just kind of flirts with the answer. It didn't quite get to a definitive answer. But I always say, look, if we're looking, if that's our primary goal, to look for Earth-like, I would say, worlds, then moons has to be a part of that, because we know that Earth-like, it's a related to the preliminary results, that Earth-like planets around some stars is not an inevitable outcome. It's something like a 1 to 10% outcome. So it's not particularly inevitable that happens. But we do often see about half full sun-like stars have either a mini Neptune, a Neptune, or a Jupiter in 100% of the stars.
That's a very, very common occurrence that we see. Yet we have no idea how often they have moons around them, which could also be habitable. And so there may very well be, if even 1 in 5 of them has an Earth-like moon or even a Mars-like moon around them, then there would be more habitable real estate in terms of exomoons than exoplanets.
So you get essentially 3x, 5x, 10x the number of habitable worlds out there in the universe at our current estimate of the Drake equation.
Absolutely.
So this is one way to increase confidence and increase the value of that parameter.
And just know where to look. I mean, we would like to know where should we listen for techno signatures, where should we be looking for biosignatures, and not only that, but what role does the moon have in terms of its influence on the planet? We talked about these directly imaged telescopes earlier, these missions that want to take a photo, to quote Carl Sagan, the pale blue dot of our planet, but the pale blue dot of an exoplanet. And that's the dream, to one day capture that. But as impressive as the resolution is that we are planning and conspiring to design next-generation telescopes to achieve that, even those telescopes will not have the capability of resolving the Earth and the Moon within that. It'll be a pale blue dot pixel, but the moon's grayness will be intermixed with that pixel. And so this is a big problem, because one of the ways that we are claiming to look at life in the universe is a chemical disequilibrium. So you see two molecules that just should be there, they normally react with each other. Or in one molecule, just two reactors reacting in the atmosphere by itself. So if you had oxygen and methane hanging out together, those would normally react fairly easily. And so if you detected those two molecules in your pale blue dot spectra, we have evidence for life, some things metabolizing on this planet. However, the challenge is, what if that moon was Titan? Titan has a methane-rich atmosphere. And what if the pale blue dot was in fact a planet devoid of moon, but it had oxygen because of water undergoing this photolysis reaction, splitting into oxygen and hydrogen separately. So then you have all of the hallmarks of what we would claim to be life, but all along you were tricked. It was just that was deceiving you. And so we are never going to claim really understand or complete this quest of looking for life biosignatures in the universe unless we have a deep knowledge of the prevalence and role that moons have. They may even affect the habitability of the planets themselves, because the great moon frequently large. By mass ratio, is the largest moon in the solar system, so 1% mass moon. Look at Jupiter's moons are 10 to the power minus 4, much smaller. And so our own moon seems to stabilize the obliquity of our planet. It gives rise to tides, especially early on when the moon was closer, those tides would become entire continents. Those rock pools that would have been scattered across the entire plateau may have been the origin of life on our planet. The moon-forming impact may have stripped significant matter which without it, like tectonics would not be possible. It was a stagnant lid because it was just too much lithosphere on the top of the planet. And so there are speculative reasons, but intriguing reasons as to why a large moon may be not just important, but central to the question of having the conditions necessary for life. So moons can be habitable in their own right, but they can also play a significant influence on the habitability of the planets they orbit, and further, they will surely interfere with our attempts to detect life remotely from afar. So, taking a tangent, you've written about binary planets. What's they're surprisingly common, or they might be common. What's the difference between large moon and binary planets? What are binary planets? What's interesting to say here about giant rocks flying space and orbiting each other? The thing that's interesting about binary objects is that they're very common. Binary stars, but the majority of stars seem to live in binary systems. When we look at the outer edges of the solar system, we see binary Kuiper belt objects with closely bound to one another. Pluto Charon is kind of an example of that. It's a 10% mass ratio system. It almost is, by many definitions, a binary planet, even though it's a dwarf planet, so call it now. But we know that these
the universe likes to make
so you're saying our sun. It's, most things are dating relationships and ours.
It's not a frequent universe to be alone, but it is. It's more common for sun-like stars. If you count up all the sun-like stars, that's about half of the sun-like star systems are in binary or trinary systems, and the other half are single. But because those binaries are 2 or 3 stars, then cumulatively, maybe like a third of all sun-like stars are single.
Try hard not get to talk about is the relationship. But yeah, mental folks also. So is there something interesting to learn about the habitability, how that affects the probability of habitable worlds when they kind of couple up like that in those different ways?
Well, it depends what you want the stars or not. Certainly, if stars couple up, that has a big influence on the habitability. Of course, this is very famous from Star Wars. Tatooine in Star Wars is a binary star system. You have Luke Skywalker look at the sunset and seeing 2 stars come down. And for years, we thought that was purely a product of George Lucas's incredibly creative mind, and we didn't think that planets would exist around binary stars. It seems like too tumultuous an environment for a quiescent android disk, circumstellar disk of all planets from. And yet, one of the astounding discoveries from Kepler was that these appear to be quite common. In fact, as far as we can tell, they're just as common around binary stars as single stars. The only caveat to that is that you don't get planets close into binary stars. They have like a clearance region in the inside where planets, maybe they form there, but they don't last. They're dynamically unstable in that zone. But once you get out to about the distance that the Earth orbits the Sun, a little bit closer in, you start to find planets emerging. And so that's the right distance for liquid water, it's the right distance for potential life on those planets. And so there may very well be plenty of habitable planets around binary stars. Binary planets is a little bit different. Binary planets, I don't think we have any serious connection of binarity to habitability. So when we investigated it, that wasn't advised that this is some other solution to life in the universe or anything. It was really just a, like all good science questions, a curiosity-driven question.
What's the dynamic, I think, with you orbiting each other as they orbit the star?
So the formation mechanism proposed here, because it is very difficult to form 2 protoplanets close to each other like this. They were generally merged in the disk, and so that's what gets things planets. But you could have something like Jupiter and Saturn, so distances, they could dynamically be scattered in towards one another and basically not quite collide, but have a very close encounter. Now, because tidal forces increase dramatically as the distance decreases between 2 objects, the tides will actually dissipate the kinetic energy and bring them out into one another. So that seems, when you first hear that, you think that seems pretty contrived, that you'd have the conditions just right to get these tides towards a capture. But numerical simulations have shown that 10% of planet encounters are shown to produce planets, which is a startling prediction. And so that seems at odds with naively the exoplanet catalogue, which we know of so far no binary planets. And we propose one of the resolutions to this might be that the binary planets are just incredibly difficult to detect, which is also counterintuitive, because remember how they form through this tidal mechanism, and so they form extremely close to each other. So the distance that Io is away from Jupiter, just a few planetary radii, they're almost touching one another, and they're just tidally locked, facing each other for eternity. And so in that configuration, as it transits across the star, it kind of looks like you can't really resolve these 2 planets. It just looks like one planet that's going across the star. The temporal resolution of the data is rarely good enough to distinguish them. And so you'd see one transit, but in fact it's 2 planets very close together, which are transiting at once. And so, yeah, we wrote a paper just recently where we developed some techniques to try and get around this problem and hopefully provide a tool where we could finally look for these.
The problem of detection.
Yes, that was our focus, was how do you get around this merging problem. So whether they're out there or not, we don't know. We're planning to do a search for them, but it remains an open question. I think just one of those astrophysics curiosities questions, whether binary planets exist in the universe. Because then you have binary Earths, you have binary Neptune, all sorts of wild stuff that would flow to the sci-fi imagination.
I wonder what the physics of binary planet feels like. It might be trivial. I have to think about that. I wonder if there's some interesting dynamics. Like you feel multiple. Would gravity feel different of the surface of the sphere when there's another large sphere?
I would think that the force would be fairly similar because the shape of the object would deform to a flat geopotential, essentially uniform geopotential, but it would lead to a distorted shape of the two objects. I think they would become ellipsoids facing one another. So it would be pretty wild when you like on Earth or you fly from space and see a football shaped Earth. Yeah.
Finally, it's proven. I wonder how to travel to the other.
First thing
you have to overcome one. No, it might be kind of easy.
Yeah, I mean, they're so close to each other, that helps. And I think the most critical factor would be how massive is the planet. That's always, I mean, one of the challenges with escaping planets, there was a fun paper my colleagues wrote that suggested that super Earth planets maybe can escape them. If you were a civilization that were born on super Earth, the surface gravity is so high that the chemical potential energy of hydrogen or methane, whatever fuel you're using, simply is at odds with the gravity of the planet itself. And so you would, accurate rockets, I'm not sure what the fraction would be, like 90% of the rocket is fuel or something like mass. These things would have to be like the size of the Giza pyramids of fuel with just a tiny tip on the top in order just to escape the atmosphere. And so it has been argued that if you live on super Earth, you may be forced to live there forever. There may be no escape unless you invent a space elevator or something. How do you even build the infrastructure of space to do something like that in the absence of a successful rocket program? And so the more and more we look at our Earth and think about the sorts of problems we're facing, the more you see things about the Earth which make it ideally suited in so many regards. It's almost spooky that we can only live on a planet which has the right conditions for life, for intelligent life, for sustained. Fossil fuel industry just happens to be the ground. We have plenty of fossil fuels to get our industrial revolution going. But also the chemical energy contained within those fossil fuels and hydrogen is sufficient that we have the ability to escape the planetary atmosphere to gravity to have a space program. And we also happen to have a celestial body which is just within reach of the moon, which doesn't also necessarily have to be true. We're not there. What effect would that have had on our aspirations for the space program in the 1960s? Would there have ever been a space race to Mars or to Venus? It's much harder, certainly for a human program, that seems almost impossible with 1960s technology to imagine.
It's almost as if somebody constructed a set of challenging obstacles before us, challenging problems to solve. They're challenging, but they're doable. And there's a sequence of them. Gravity is very difficult. But we have the size of Earth is not so bad that we just actually construct a possible system that can escape it.
And it's like with climate change, perhaps. I mean, climate change is the next major problem facing our civilization. But we know it is typically somehow, it does seem sometimes like there has been a series of challenges laid out to progress us towards a mature civilization that can one day perhaps expand to the stars.
I'm a little more concerned with nuclear weapons, AI, natural or artificial pandemics. But yes,
there's plenty of milestones that we need to cross, and we can argue about this very much. There is no doubt that we live in a world that has serious challenges that are pushing our intellects and our will to the limit of whether we're really ready to progress to the next stage.
Thank you for taking attention and the more. Can we step back to chapter 1625b? What is it? And you've talked about this kind of journey, this effort to discover exo moons, so moons out there, or small, cool objects out there. Where does that effort stand, and what is Kepler's?
Yeah, I mean, I've been searching for exo moons for most of my professional career, and I think a lot of my colleagues think I'm kind of crazy to still be doing it. You know, after 5 years of not finding anything, I think most people probably try to do something else. I even had people say that to me. They said, professors, and I remember at a cocktail party to the side, an MIT professor said, just so easy to find. Yeah, but just they're not interesting to me. I want to do something that I feel intellectually pushes me to the edge, and there's maybe a contribution that no one else can do, but maybe it's not something that anybody can do. I don't just be the first or something for the sake of being the first. I want to do something that feels like a meaningful intellectual contribution to our society. And so, this XMM problem has been haunting me for years, trying to solve this. Now, as I said, we looked for years and years using Kepler, and the closest we ever got was just a hint that this one star, Kepler 1625, has a Jupiter-like planet in orbit of it, and that Jupiter-like planet is on a 287-day period, so it's almost the same distance as the Earth for Jupiter. So that was already unusual. I don't think people realize that Jupiter-like planets are quite rare in the universe. Certainly, mini Neptunes and Neptunes are extremely common, but Jupiter's only about 10% of synthetic stars have Jupiters, right? As far as we can tell.
When you say Jupiter, which aspect of Jupiter?
In terms of its mass and its semi-transit. So anything beyond about half an AU, so half the distance of the Earth, and something of order of a tenth of a Jupiter mass, that's the mass of Saturn, up to say 10 Jupiter masses, which is basically some brown dwarfs. Those types of objects appear to be somewhat unusual. Most solar systems do not have Jupiters, which is really interesting because Jupiter, again, like the Moon, seems to have been a pivotal character in the story of the development of our solar system, perhaps especially having a large influence in the development of the Late Hadron bombardment and the asteroid impacts that we receive and things like this. Anyway, to come back to 1625, this Jupiter-like planet had a hint of something in the data. What I mean by that is when we looked at the transit, we got the familiar decreasing things which we always see when we transit from the star. But we saw something extra, just on the edges, we saw some extra dips around the inside. It was right at the hairy edge of detectability. We didn't believe it because I think one of the challenges of looking for something for 10 years is that you become your own greatest skeptic. And no matter what you're shown, you always thinking, it's like falling in love so many times and it's not working out. You convince yourself it's never going to happen. Not for me. It just isn't going to happen. And so I saw that and I didn't really believe it. So I just didn't dare let myself believe it. But being a good scientist, we knew we had an obligation to publish it, to talk about the result, and to follow it up and to try and resolve what's going on. So we asked for Hubble its telescope time, which was awarded in that case. One of those 20, and we studied it about 40 hours continuously. And to provide some context, the dip that we saw in the calculator corresponds with the moon-sized moon, right? A Jupiter-sized planet, which was the reason why I was skeptical. We don't have that in the solar system. It seems so strange. And then when we got the Hubble data, it seemed to confirm exactly that. There was two really striking pieces of evidence in the data that suggested this moon was there. There was a fairly clear second dip in light, pretty clearly resolved by Hubble. It was about a 5 sigma detection. And on top of that, we could see the planet didn't transit when it should have done. It actually transited earlier than we expected, so about 20 minutes or so. And so that's a hallmark of gravitational attraction. We actually expected that. You could also expect that if the moon transits after the planet, then the planet should come in earlier than expected, because the battery set at the center of mass lives between the two of them, kind of like a balancing arm between them. And so we saw that as well. So the phase signature matched up. The mass of the moon was measured to be Neptune mass, and the size of the moon was measured to be Neptune radius. So everything just really lined up, and we spent months and months trying to kill it. This is my strategy for anything interesting. We just try to throw the kitchen sink at it and say, you must be tricked by something. And so we tried looking at the central motion of the telescope, with the different wavelength channels, and the pixel level information. And no matter what we did, we just couldn't get rid of it. And so we submitted to science. And I think at the time, science, which was at the top of the said to us, would you mind calling your paper Discovery of an Exomoon? And I had to push back, and we said, no, we're not calling it that. Even despite everything we've done, we're not calling it Discovery. We're calling it F4, an Exomoon. Because for me, I wanted to see this 2 times, 3 times, 4 times before I really would get my hands that this is real. And I do worry, as I said, that's my own skepticism, self-skepticism going too far. But I think it was the right decision. And since that paper came out, there has been continuous interest in the subject. And the team independently analysed that stuff. And actually pretty much exactly the same stuff, the same depth, the same model of the product. And a third team looked at it and actually got something different. They saw the dip finished compared to what we saw. They saw a little hint of a dip in the analysis of what we saw. And they saw the wobble as well. So there's been a little bit of tension about analysing the production of the Hubble data. And so the only way my mind is just to look again. We actually did propose after that. And we said, look, if that model is right, it came in late last time. It transited after the planet. Because of the orbit, we can calculate that it should transit before the planet next time. If it's not there, if it doesn't transit before, and even if we see it afterwards, we know that's not our moon. It's still some instrumental effect for the data. We have a causal prediction as the moon should. And so I was really excited about that. We did get to this good time. And unfortunately, if you go further into the future, we no longer have the predictive capability because it's like predicting the weather. You might be able to predict the weather next week to some accuracy, but predicting the weather next year becomes incredibly hard. The uncertainties just grow and compound as you go forward.
How were you able to know where you're positioned? So you're able to tell the orbiting like geometry and
yeah, so from the basically from that tells us the orbital motion of the moon, the reflex motion.
Isn't just an estimate where like I'm concerned about you making a strong prediction here because like if you don't get the moon leads the next time around, if you did get couldn't that mean something else if you didn't do that? Like because you said it would be an instrumental. I feel the strong urge to disprove you, which is a really good narrative. It's a good way to design it. Like, this is such a noisy signal, right? Or blurry, maybe low resolution.
Yeah, I mean it's a 5 second signal. So that's at the slightly edge. I mean, this is for any detection of fantasy phenomena. You really want like a 20, 25 seconds detection, and this was no doubt that what you're seeing is real. This was at that edge. I mean, I guess it's comparable to the exposed, but the exposed is so much you had to test to expect the signal at that precise location. And Neptune says, I mean, there's no papers you can find that expect neutron precise planets. We were inherently skeptical about its reality for the reason. But this is science in action. And we get the models, we get the dips, and we have this 3D geometric model. And projecting forward, we found about 80% of our projections later to be before. So it's not 100%. There was maybe 40% of the case that was over here. But to me, that was a hard enough projection that we felt confident that we could refute it, which was what I really wanted. I wanted a refutable basis of science, a falsifiable hypothesis. How can you make progress in science if you don't have a falsifiable hypothesis? So that was the beauty of the case.
So there's a numerical situation it's the data that we observed. That's so cool.
It's a little so we can simulate on the computer and imagine emotions. But we are pushing things to the very limits of what's possible. And it's double-edged sword. It's both incredibly exciting intellectually, but you're always risky to some degree, pushing too far.
So I'd like to ask you about the recent review. We have 70 cool giant exoplanets and candidate customers that you know
I would say just 3 or 4 candidates at this point, of which we use two of them. To me, to compelling and just observations. And so there are, to get a confirmed detection, in our case, we need to see it for sure. One of the problems with some of the methods that have been proposed is that you don't get the reason. So, for instance, an example of a technique that lack would be gravitational microlensing. So it's possible with a new telescope coming in the future, called the Open Space Telescope, which is basically repurposed by satellite into space. It will stare at millions of stars simultaneously, and it will look to see if any of those stars dip for a short amount of time, which would be attracted. It will look at the opposite. It will look to see caused by another planetary system passing in front, and then gravitationally lengthening around towards brightening. And so this is a method of describing the entire solar system, but only for a glimpse. You just get a short glimpse of it passing like a ship sailing through the night, just that one photo of it. Now the problem with that is that it's very difficult for gravitational lensing, not surprisingly. And so there's many possible solutions. You might have a solution which is this. Could be a red dwarf star with a Jupiter-like planet. That's one solution. Another solution is there's a free-floating planet with
there was a release that came out a long time.
And those two solutions are almost indistinguishable. Now, ideally, we would be able to go back and see what the moon is there, that we can predict its massive motion, expect to be maybe here next time or something. My plan is a one snapshot.
If I look at the camera,
And so, for me, it's intriguing this way of regarding something like this. I always come back to this because it's the only method really
so you're aware of what's going on out there.
you have to come back and prove to everyone that the 17 points over here like this, we can actually capture that image. And that's what we see with the exoplanets. So we get to that same point. Full confirmation of the slam dunk of these exoplanets. But yeah, it's been a hell of a journey to try and push the field in that direction. And
Is there some resistance to the transit?
I just say to exoplanets, so the transmission is by far the most popular method for exoplanets. But yeah, as I alluded to, exoplanets is kind of a niche topic within the discipline of exoplanets. And that's largely because there are people waiting for those findings. And it was like if you get back to the first exoplanet discovery that was made in 1955, actually agreed to Kalos. I think it's true at the time that they were seeking this preference. The idea of planets around stars was considered fringe science. And I'm sure many critics do something more safe, like study eclipsing stars. Systems, we know those things. So why you're going to get this being occur or something. And so I think it was quite difficult for those to get legitimacy seriously. Because very few people basically to do it, except for those that were to try or had maybe the career, maybe like a tenure or something, so they didn't have to necessarily worry about the implications of failure. And so once that happened, was they made the discoveries overnight. Everyone and their dog was getting so, that was really community shifted and huge numbers of people that were once wineries really changed to becoming scientists. And so that was the first wave of scientists. But now we're kind of a second wave or third wave where people like me to some degree grew up with the idea of exoplanets as being, I was years old, I get to first experiment, which is good. And so to me, it was a fairly normal idea to grow with. And so we've been trained in advance from the very beginning. And so that brings a different perspective to those who transition from a different career. And so I suspect with XMU signatures, astrology, many of the topics which I've seen in the fringes they will all open up in the mainstream one day. But there's a lot of people who are just waiting for that assurance that there is a career there. It does seem to me that wider or open the door to aliens. More serious academic so I think it's still pretty French to talk about alien life, even if we got Mars. Kind of like, it would be nice. Imagine the first time to discover living organism. That's going to change. And then everybody will look like an idiot. So the possibility of things, it's possible very good bacteria, but even the existence of life, that changes everything. That means life is never. If you knew now that in 5 years, 10 years, there's life you discover elsewhere, you need that. It was surely as a especially surely be like, well, this is the direction we have to dedicate my classes and training, my education that direction, all the new textbooks, all the I think there's a lot of value hedging, like allocating some of the time to that possibility. Because the kind of discoveries we might get in the next few decades. The first one, like we're on the getting a lot of really good data and having better tools that can process that data, especially to be increase of the kind of discussions. But a slam dunk, that's hard to come by. Yeah, I think a lot of us are anticipating, we're already seeing it with Venus and phosphine. But we've seen before with Bill Clinton's, they have some there are inevitably going to be some gurus claims, or at least claims which are ambiguous to some degree. There will be, for sure, a high profile journal like Nature or Science that will one day publish a paper saying signature discovered something like that. This one was some other planet. And then there will be years back and forth in literature. And that might seem frustrating, but that's how science works. That's the mechanism of science at play, of people scrutinizing the results to intense skepticism. And it's like a crucible, you burn away what relevance until whatever is left is the truth. And you're left with this product, which is that, okay, we either believe or don't believe. So there's inevitably going to be a lot of controversy and debate about it. We have to anticipate that. And so I think you have to basically have a thick skin to some degree academically to dive into the world. And you're seeing that with phosphine. It's been uncomfortable to watch from the outside the kind of dialogue that some of the scientists have been having with each other about that, because you get a little yeah, and you can understand why, because I don't know. That's me saying, not you. I'm sure there's some envy and jealousy involved on the behalf of those who are not part of visual discovery. But there's also, in any case, just in any case of making a claim of magnitude, especially life, because life is pretty much the biggest discoveries of all time, scientifically. You can see, and I'm so conscious of myself when I get close to, as I said, even much smaller goals the ego. And so, as scientists, we have to be so good at the moon, because you see the lights in your eyes of the Nobel Prize, or the fame or fortune ever in the history of books. We all in our training, learning about Newton and Einstein, giants in the field, Maxwell, and you get the idea of these individual contributions, which get multiplied over time, and that's it's why many of us with the skill set to go into banking and step aside. Actually, there's something about the idea of being utilized and contributing to society in a permanent way that is more attractive than the financial reward. So to some degree, the ego can be a benefit because it brings in this people who might not always be taken by. On the other hand, the closer you get towards when you start flirting with that open prize in your eyes, when you think you're on the verge of things, you can lose objectivity. A very famous example of this is Barnard Star. There was a planet claimed that it's actually happened in 68, 69. And at the time, it would have been the first direct planet ever claimed. And he felt assured this planet was that he was using the popular star method, but using the positions of the stars to see them because the center planet. It turned out that this planet was not there. Subsequent analyses by both analysis and theorists and those looking at the instrumental data established fairly unanimously that there was no way this planet was really there. But mathematical consistency, despite overwhelming evidence that was against him. And even to the day he died, which was, I think, in the early 90s, he was still insisting this practice that he was starting to make the first genuine exoplanet discoveries. And even at that point, I think Hubble had even to that star and had totally ruled out any possibility of being a star. And so that's a problem. How do you get to a point as a scientist where you just can't accept anything that comes otherwise, because it starts out with the dream of pain, and then it ends in a stubborn refusal to ever back down. Of course, the flip side of that,
sometimes you need that to have the strength to carry a belief against the entire scientific community that resistance people. So it's a double-edged sword.
That can happen, but I guess the distinction is evidence. In this case, the evidence was so wrong. It wasn't really a matter of interpretation. It was you observed the start with the same start with maybe 10 times greater precision for prolonged, much longer periods of time, and there was just no doubt at this point this was mirage. And so that's why you should be very careful. I would say after you discover, I can't ever plan after you because I won't be able to. How could I ever turn around to you and say that plan was all real and do that?
So you hear somebody that talks about clearing your eyes and way of being, that you love the process of discovery, that joy, the magic, just seeing something, a new observation, a new idea. But I guess the point is you have that great feeling. Switch on this like to start like testing what does this actually mean? Is this real? What different interpretations that could make this a lot less grand than I first imagined. So both have the wonder and the skepticism. Great.
Yeah, I think the more and I think that just comes from I grew up in a religious family and was just indoctrinated to some degree. Like I need to try. This is not. And then as I became more well-read and literate, what was happening more scientifically, I started to know. And it really just struck me that the hardest thing to let go of when you do decide not to be religious anymore, it's not really like oh my God, it just kind of happens to me. That's 11 to 13, I think, for example. But it's that sadness of letting go of this beautiful dream which you had in mind of for behaving yourself, you would have this beautiful heaven that you can go to forever. And that's very attractive. And for me personally, that was one of the things that put me against it, was this is too true, and that it very much that this could be so, and I have no evidence directly scientific things for this hypothesis, and it just became really difficult to reconcile my growth as a scientist. And I know some people find that reconciliation. I have not. Maybe I will one day. But as a general guiding principle, which I think I obtained from that experience, was that I have to be extremely worried about what to be true, because it's going to persuade people to say things which are true if I'm not careful. And that's the thing. It's not what we're trying to do as scientists.
So you felt from a religious perspective there was a little bit of a gravitation towards your opinions, like affecting how you can be as a scientist, like as a scientific
Yeah, I think that's true. Whenever there's something you want to be true, it's the ultimate seduction intellectually. And I worry about